Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини, та трохи поплавився їх інвентар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російські танкісти сховались в кущі, щоб лаптем посьорбати довбані щі, та трохи у щах перегрівся навар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Приперли зі сходу до нас барани для восстановлення
великої страны.
Найкращий пастух баранячих отар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Ті, хто води всяке озброєння, різне, потужні ракети, машини залізні, у нас на всі доводи є коментар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Вони захопити хотіли нас зразу, а ми зачаїли на орків образу з російських бандитів, робить примар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російська поліція справи заводить, там вбивцю рашистів ніяк не знаходить, хто винен, що в нашому полі глухар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Веде пропаганду кремлівський урод, слова пропаганди ковтає народ, тепер нове слово знає цар.
Байрактар.
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 Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1092 of the War News stream. And today we have very big news that Russia's apparently planning false flag attacks on the EU. Also, France agrees to support our democratically elected leader inside of Ukraine and support the war effort. And also, Moscow military facilities exploded into fire, and we have it on camera to see. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we have been able to hear that once again on another day, Ukrainian forces have been repulsing Russian attacks in multiple fronts, and not only that, have continued to retake ground in the area of the cities of Toretsk and Pokrovsk as of the past 24 hours. We have also been able to hear additional news from inside of Europe, as we have been able to see while U.S.-Ukrainian relations appear to be going to the wayside, it does appear that the European Union and European nations that are members of NATO are stepping forward and openly stating that they will be conducting full-on support for Ukraine well on into the future. We have also been able to hear some additional news from inside of Saudi Arabia, where we've been able to hear that the Russian bastards have demanded that the United States withdraw all U.S. forces from all Eastern European members of NATO east of Germany. We have also been able to hear some additional news as well inside of Samara that it appears that significant damage was caused to a refinery in the attack overnight. We have also been able to see that a major research institute inside the city of Moscow is currently on fire and in blazes, and we've also been able to get some additional information from the United States that we conducted a Minuteman III ICBM launch overnight. It has been a massive day of news, and of course there's a lot going on. There is a massive amount of news that's coming out each and every day at this point, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse, but it's for you to decide what it really is. But moving on into the news tonight, we have been able to hear of major Ukrainian successes along multiple areas of the front lines. This is still coming as the diplomatic situation appears to be some of the most interesting ones that we have seen so far, something that we actually weren't able to even predict here on this channel and largely got wrong at this point, but we'll be getting to that maybe a little bit later on in the stream. Nevertheless, the Ukrainians are still showing that the Russian Federation is not able to actually overwhelm the Ukrainians at this point, and as a matter of fact, if the Ukrainians need to, they are still able to leverage superior firepower onto the battlefield and start pushing the Russians further back. We were able to see within the Pokrovsk area that some Russian vehicles were being destroyed, and not only that, Ukrainian armed forces were able to take back some limited areas near to the northern area of the Pokrovsk front. We were able to see that the Ukrainians were able to retake a major interchange near to the area of Vodane Druha, which is a very important strategic point along the Pokrovsk-Konstantinivka road. We are understanding at this point that Ukrainian armed forces are not doing an incredibly bad job, as a matter of fact, within the Pokrovsk area. We're actually seeing that they're doing incredibly well and actually have been able to not only maintain the offensive initiative, but continue to push the Russians back. This is largely coming from the lack of the Russians' ability to largely supply their forces on the front line or reinforce at proper speeds. We have been able to see that Russian armed forces have about a 10-mile deep area from the front lines all the way back to the rear lines, where it is practically impossible at this point for the Russian Federation to actually move vehicles into, unless if they were to be targeted and destroyed outright by drones. We are understanding at this point that the Russian Federation is most likely going to be on the defensive in the Pokrovsk front until the Ukrainian counterattack starts to run out of steam, and we're not exactly sure.
Isn't it insane? Like, just hearing you explain this whole situation right now, it's insane that the area around Pokrovsk is being lost by the Russians, and the Russians are acting like they're winning everywhere. Every single night for the last couple of nights, we've been saying how the Russians are getting pushed back around Pokrovsk. They're also getting pushed back in Kursk as well, but yet the madman, Putin, believes he has the upper hand in negotiations, which is insane because the reality is completely different.
The reality on the battlefield is entirely different than the one that's being presented on the diplomatic field. The Russian Federation, as we have known and have been stating, is doing incredibly poorly, and not only that, the Ukrainian armed forces largely has the Russian army at this point on all fronts on the ropes. It doesn't really appear that the Russian Federation is doing well in really any given direction, and especially within some of the most important ones in Donetsk, in the Pokrovsk and Toretsk directions. We were also able to see that a Russian tank was destroyed by the 25th Airborne Brigade near to Pokrovsk today, one of the few clips that we got from the battlefield, but nevertheless, once again showing that the Ukrainians are still leveraging superior firepower through their drone forces to be able to repel Russian forces and keep them at bay. And we see here the tank.
It says a tank? It's like question mark. Like, is this a tank?
Tank? It's like, yes, that is a tank. And the Ukrainian drone has spotted the tank and is now going for it. And we can see the drone trying to ease its way on down. Of course, this isn't a fiber optic drone, so the connectivity does get worse the lower it gets to the ground.
These fiber optic drones just are weird flying things. Like, look at this.
Oh,
It's just like it can go up, down. It's like I've said before. It's like it's being held by somebody's hand and being like levered down and stuff like that.
Oh, this isn't a fiber optic drone. This is just a normal one. That's why it's losing.
Oh, I thought
connection.
you said it was a fiber optic.
Oh no, I said this isn't a fiber optic drone. You can tell because it's losing connectivity. But we can see the tank did get hit. Oh, it is what it is. But when you see the tank down there burning after getting hit, very nice to see. And good to know that the Ukrainians were able to knock out another main battle tank.
Alastor.
With that, that's the end of the clip, but very nice to see that they were able to hit another Russian tank, and not only that, still gain some small amounts of ground, critical amounts of ground, nevertheless, back from the Russians during their counterattacks in the Pokrovsk front. From what we're generally also starting to understand, it appears that Russian Federation forces are doing fairly poorly within the Toretsk area as well, as we have been able to see that Russian forces have continued to be hammered by the Ukrainian counterattack that's currently happening inside the city right now, and we were able to see this right here. We also got to see some sort of a safety warning beforehand. I don't really think OSHA exists on the front line, but nevertheless, hopefully the Russians will heed the warnings, because it appears that existing in Ukraine for the Russian army is an occupational hazard at this point.
Loading up the pamphlets. Hopefully the Russians are literate and they can read that. That's a good assumption to make.
I don't think they are. I don't.
No, probably not. They're probably not very literate. I mean, some can't even walk right now because they're crippled.
And we can see the drone on its way. and we see them dropping the leaflets over the Russian positions from the bottom of the soda bottle. We can see them doing it again in another area. And that's the end of the clip, but still showing us the Russian Federation getting a little bit of an ultimatum at this point, or at least a news update, one that they're not really getting elsewhere. We were also able to see that the Russians were getting hit by the Cord unit, once again, the police unit of Ukraine, the elite one, out there hitting Russian forces. Take a look at it. When you see the Cord unit pulling up in an armored personnel carrier, and in a second they're about to give him the business.
Giving in the business, bliat. These guys hopped out with look like ARs too. That's a nice kit.
Oh yeah, a really nice one. And we can see them hopping out of the armored car here. And we can see them blowing up the building right there in a remote detonation. Of course, the video is a slideshow, but nevertheless giving us a little glimpse into what's going on in the Toretsk area, as the Ukrainian police are still a larger part of the Ukrainian counterattack that's currently happening in Toretsk at this time. We also saw them conducting another remote detonation on another building, but the video clip ends right there, still giving us a very interesting look into the Cord unit and their part of the counterattack that's currently happening in Toretsk right now. We also were able to see the Russian drone was destroyed within the Toretsk direction as well. After the Zala was taken down, it was then finished off by a Ukrainian drone, and we can see that right here. And it appears that that little drone isn't going to be lasting that much longer.
It's in scrap in pieces, bliat. Zala zala.
Rest in pieces, Bliet. Moving on from that now, the Toretsk area, we were able to hear that there were some interesting diplomatic developments going on outside of Ukraine while the war in Ukraine was still going on. We were able to hear that the Russian Federation has demanded the withdrawal of all U.S. troops from Eastern Europe that have joined since 1990. As a Eastern European security official told Bild, according to our information, it is about Putin's 2021 demands, i.e. a withdrawal of U.S. troops from all NATO states that joined the alliance after 1990. In a sense, basically what the Russian Federation is demanding is that the United States leaves a wide open corridor throughout the entirety of Eastern Europe, including everything west of Germany, because everything west of Germany joined NATO after 1990, so that way the Putin can later, at his own whim, conduct invasions of these countries, because they probably won't even be given Article 5 protections to that point if the U.S. isn't there, and then they can finally realize their imperial ambitions for the new Russian empire that Putin wants to create in some sort of a weird fantasy that he has. Nevertheless, it's something a little bit crazy, because I'll be entirely honest with y'all, we really don't know what direction this is going into this point. We did hear that the Romanian president today stated that the United States had clear intentions that they weren't going to be following this through, but that's coming right on the heels of Zelenskyy also saying that U.S. support for Ukraine was ironclad, and then we're hearing statements today that are most likely showing that that's the complete opposite now that the office of the president has made a complete 180 on the support of Ukraine, and in fact appears to now be siding with the Russians in the conflict instead of Ukraine. This is a fairly interesting thing. We don't have a poll up on it at the moment. I was looking over to see if we had one yet, but nevertheless, it does appear that the United States of America is dealing with some very interesting kinds of diplomatic circumstances, and hopefully in a moment we'll be able to gauge what all of y'all are thinking about it. In the meantime, however, we have been able to see that France and the United Kingdom have openly stated that they will be supporting Ukraine well on into the future, and we have been able to hear this statement from President Emmanuel Macron. We support Ukraine and will take full responsibility for ensuring peace and security in Europe. This is a fundamental interest of France, and I am its guarantor, according to Emmanuel Macron. We also were able to get a statement today from the British Prime Minister also stating that they support Ukraine's president and that he has been democratically elected. This is all coming on the heel of statements that were made today by the Office of the President of the United States, where it was stated that Ukraine started the war and that President Zelenskyy is not a legitimate president of the state of Ukraine, and also that the statements that Zelenskyy made in retort were not great statements, and that he's going to pay dearly for those statements against the dear and beloved President of the United States that has been made largely completely in fictitious circumstances that the Ukrainians started the war. Nevertheless, a lot of people are talking about what the future for Ukraine in terms of foreign funding and support is going to be looking like, because it's a fairly interesting kind of an occurrence that's happened today, and one that we didn't even forecast here in this channel. one thing I want to say is that it's fairly obvious that supporting Ukraine and continuing to put ourselves in an advantageous position against the Russian Federation is key and inherent in American and Western interests around the world. The United States, as the leader of the Western sphere at the moment, has to constantly be standing watchful, really as its sphere leader, to protect itself from foreign influence in nefarious means from the Russian Federation, the People's Republic of China, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, and many other countries around the world. The fact of the matter that the United States is going to start acting like the Russians are friends is something that is a little bit silly. And we're now seeing that this is now starting to put them at odds with the state of Ukraine, as ludicrous assumptions were made today, or largely statements, that the state of Ukraine actually started the conflict in 2022 and not the Russian Federation. Although if you go back and look at every single news source at the time, it was Russian tanks rolling into Ukraine, not Ukrainian tanks rolling into Russia. However, many people are starting to talk about what the future of Ukraine will look like, or largely what the future of Ukrainian Western support will look like, because it's now largely in question what that will be looking like and what will be going on because of that. And France has held several security meetings between EU countries, and will they be the new NATO leader? And it appears that many people are saying that the French are most likely going to take the mantle as the new NATO leader. Others are saying that France is just helping, some others are saying that time will tell, and some people don't even know. But Matthew, what are people thinking about it, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so I see people in the chat saying you can't keep going without addressing the elephant in the room. We are going to keep it as apolitical or neutral as possible that we can keep it. I must admit, it's getting hard these days to keep it that way because things are coming out that don't sound that good, to be perfectly honest. And I understand where you are coming from when you say that. Like when I see people in the chat saying certain things, even though we don't get political, I understand where you're coming from on it because the things coming out of the United States are interesting, to sort of put it mildly. But on this poll right here, once again to repeat it, it says France has held several security meetings between EU countries, and will they be the next NATO leader of Europe? It looks like 44% said yes, France will be the new leader, while 26% said it seems like it, but only time will tell, and 22% said no, France is just helping. And honestly, we've seen this way, way before. Like even during the last administration, France was trying to step up and basically become the de facto leader within Europe of the NATO alliance. They've been doing this for quite some time, and now is France's perfect opportunity to step up and actually take charge of this alliance. And if they want to be the head of it, I mean, that's perfectly fine with me. They do need a head of the European branch of the alliance, and now is the bigger time than ever for France to step up and actually take charge. So I say good on France for doing it. It looks like they probably will be the leader, and I'm with the 44%. And also, I want to reiterate this one more time. It looks like Ukraine will be okay because we're currently hearing that European countries are banding together to support Ukraine financially and also to back up their war effort. So even though we're hearing crazy things coming out of the United States relating to Ukraine, in fact, things honestly that disgust me that I'm hearing coming out of the United States, it looks like they will be okay ultimately in the end, which is, of course, the ultimate goal. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that the events that have been coming, or largely the statements that have been coming out of the office of the President of the United States, are not great. I think everyone can kind of agree that they're not necessarily looking out for American interests. I don't even know whose interests they're looking out for at this point. But that's kind of the world we have to live in. And I also have to say this really quickly. I don't know what's up with people coming on here and trying to give me shit for covering the news for y'all. I'm an American. It is what it is. I don't run the government. So just want to put that out there again, because I don't know what it is with folks from around the world who've been watching the channel for years, coming in here and wanting to give me crap like I'm the one running the government. I'm just here telling y'all the news. So don't shoot the messenger. I'm just trying to tell y'all what's up and what's going on out there in the world. Secondly, I do believe that Ukraine will be fine because it appears that the European Union will probably be parting ways at this point, probably in their own best interest to protect themselves from what's going on out there. And they will be continuing to support Ukraine on to the future. With that in mind, I largely would say that Ukraine is probably going to be fine even without U.S. support, because the Europeans are probably going to be heavily ramping up their own military budgeting and their own military financing to protect themselves, considering that there will be no larger protector out there in the form of the United States protecting the entirety of the Western sphere. And the Western sphere at this point appears that it's destined to be splitting into two halves, with the U.S. being in one half and everyone else being in the other. But still, it is something that I have to say is fairly interesting. It's a fairly interesting kind of an occurrence here, because I don't really know what to make of it. And we're trying our best here to just, put out the news, but it is what it is. Anyways, hope
Honestly, I will add this because I see some people in here. Honestly, I understand like a lot of our people that have watched the channel for a long time, a lot of the long-time viewers are even commenting on this. We're going to stay apolitical ourselves because that's the way the channel is. But I will say this. First of all, Zelenskyy is not a dictator. I want to say that personally myself. He's not a dictator. He was democratically elected in Ukraine. Russia's been pushing that propaganda line for years now, and we've always said that is propaganda. And once again, I want to outline this as well. Not attacking anyone in particular. I'm simply clearing the air here. Ukraine has in their constitution, and I was even confused about this for a while, Ukraine has in their constitution that they cannot hold elections during martial law. That is something written into the Ukrainian constitution, which is the backbone of the Ukrainian government. In the past, I've actually made an issue of that. I said that's kind of a weird thing to put in your constitution, but nonetheless, that's not my purview to say whether or not that's appropriate or not. That's for Ukraine to decide. They're a sovereign country. So, to call Zelenskyy a dictator, that's really out of line. In fact, that's really not a good thing to say at all. That's a very bad thing to say. And it's basically parroting Russian propaganda. Once again, not targeting anyone specific. A lot of people have said that. I'm just simply saying that's not the facts, and that's just clearing things up a bit. And I just want to say, it's important to make sure we got the facts straight because Russian misinformation is running rampant these days, and to hear certain people taking hold of it and then running with it is certainly not a good thing to hear. So I just want to clear that up.
And with that, we're going to be moving on from that little question and on into the rest of the news that we have today. As we have been able to hear out of Vandenberg that a Minuteman III ICBM test fire was conducted, the launch was successful, and we were able to get video footage of the launch right here. So without further ado, here's the clip. And we see the silo right here where the launch is being conducted. You see the silo open, and in a moment, the Minuteman III will be fired. The launch was successful. It landed in the Pacific out some ways, but we can see the launch once again right here from Vandenberg as the Minuteman III is launched. If this was a Russian launch, it would end up exploding on the pad or in the silo.
Well, at least our nukes are working well.
Yeah, at least they're working well.
Oh, man. Russia's nukes don't even work well, and they have a goofball in charge, so,
And there it goes off into the cloud cover and then on into the stratosphere as it successfully made its test launch.
Also, this launch was yesterday, by the way. For people asking when this was, it was yesterday.
And that's the end of the clip right there, but very nice to see. Moving on from that and outside of the United States, we're now going to be moving on into the Russian Federation, where we were also able to see inside of Moscow that there was a interesting statement that was made today by the Russian government, which largely is setting themselves up to start conducting terror attacks throughout the entirety of Europe. And here are the statements that were made according to TASS. In order to disrupt negotiations, Kyiv is planning to carry out a series of terrorist attacks against Russian diplomatic missions in European countries, the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service reported. The capitals of Europe are alarmed by Ukraine's reluctance to reach an agreement with Moscow if this requires excessive concessions from Kyiv, the department noted. Kyiv may carry out terrorist attacks in Germany, the Baltic countries, and Scandinavia, and may prefer Slovakia and Hungary, the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service stated. Largely, what this is doing, it's setting up the Russian Federation here in the very near future to start conducting terror attacks inside of Europe propagated by the FSB, but attempt to try and place the blame on Ukraine instead to further distance Ukraine from the Western world through Russian actions. It's a fairly clear kind of a thing. Everyone knows that these are a normal kind of a Russian playbook, that they'll try and set someone else up in false flag attacks to make it look like it was them. Putin was very famous for doing this during the Belsan bombings in Moscow, where several apartment buildings were bombed by the FSB and hundreds were killed, so that they could place the blame on Chechen terrorist groups and then conduct the Second War in Chechnya, which lasted from 2000 to 2009. It's fairly evident at this point that the Russian Federation is hell-bent on using any and all measures to try and mislead the United States and the Western world into moving away from supporting Ukraine, even if those actions may lead to the deaths of innocent people inside of Western countries, for example, NATO countries inside of Europe. We were also able to see that a fire broke out in Moscow today at the Lebedev Institute of Precision Mechanics and Computer Engineering, and the fire covered a decent amount of the facility. At this point, we're not entirely sure if the fire has been extinguished, but it does appear that it's caused massive damage to the research institute. That's the end of the clip, but very interesting to see, and once again showing us that the Russian Federation is taking damages in the War Department in production and research. We were also able to see down in Samara the aftermath of the Sirzan oil refinery strike that occurred just the other day at Samara, and we were able to see the damage right here today.
Man, honestly, this is a humongous facility. Like, this place is massive.
Man, it really is, and the damage was, of course, significant. Moving on from that and out of that little clip, and moving on into Ukraine, we actually do have a lot of information from the battlefields as well. But before we get into that, I do understand that we have a whole bunch of folks talking about another question, because Russia warns of Ukraine planning attacks on Europe to disrupt peace talks. Does this mean Russia will do so? And it seems as though many people are saying, yes, the Russians will launch these attacks. Others are saying that nothing will come of this. Others are saying that Russia is telling the truth, and some are unsure and undecided. But Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so like we just discussed a moment ago, it sounds like Russia, of all countries, the very honest country of Russia, and I'm being sarcastic, Russia is warning of Ukraine planning attacks on the EU to disrupt the peace talks. Because, of course, the EU is, wanting to engage in peace talks, which they're not. It's only the US and Russia. So does this mean that Russia will launch these false flag attacks themselves? So 71% said yes, or Russia will launch these attacks, while 18% said no, nothing will come of this, and 3% said, Russia's telling the truth. And I will say, Russia is definitely not telling the truth. They never tell the truth. And I'm going to say that it sounds like the typical Russian playbook. They're pinning this on Ukraine for the moment when Russia actually launches these false flag attacks. Then they're actually going to pin that on Ukraine. And once again, it'll always be Russia doing it. It's always them doing it. And it'll be them doing it once more. So I'm with the 71%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say the Russian Federation is certainly going to be launching these attacks. The Russian Federation is a terrorist government for the large part. It was declared a terrorist government by the United States and multiple countries several years in the past. It's quite obvious that they conduct terrorist attacks around the world. It's quite obvious that they're going to be conducting terrorist attacks in Europe. It would be clear to anyone who has brains that the Russian Federation is not going to be acting in the West's best interest. They're going to be operating in their own best interest because they have their own concept of a sphere of influence. The entire Collective Security Treaty Organization exists as an extension of Russia trying to create its own sphere of influence and protect its own interests. The Russian Federation is not a friend of the United States of America. It's not a friend of Europe. It is 100% the most bastard-like country that's ever existed on the face of the planet, so it'd be very easy to assume that they'll most likely be conducting terrorist attacks in populated areas during major events and gatherings, most likely in the Baltic states and throughout the remainder of Eastern Europe, to try and make sure that Eastern Europe starts to distance itself from Ukraine as much as possible. If these attacks actually worked, and the assumptions that the Russians were able to plant inside these countries' minds were able to stick. That's largely what I would be assuming at this point, because it would be the most sensible and reasonable kind of an assumption to make, considering the kinds of actions and behaviors that the Russian Federation has conducted throughout the past. But I hope that does address that fairly well, at least in my opinion, and we're going to be moving on into the actual battlefield news in Ukraine itself, as we have been able to hear of some incredibly interesting things that have been happening around the Sumy Oblast, as it does appear that Russian fiber optic drones have begun to operate somewhere inside of the Sumy region itself, behind the lines, as it seems as though the Russian Federation is attempting to try and hit Ukrainian forces before they can make it into the Kursk Oblast. This fiber optic drone is actually flying somewhere inside of the Sumy Oblast, and it does appear that they are attempting to try and strike and knock out Ukrainian forces before they can actually get into Kursk.
Is the Tiger Brigade, Bliat, or the Lion? I can't tell.
Man, look at that. And we can see that unfortunately a Ukrainian Leopard was hit pretty much right into the engine bay. That hit would actually cause a decent amount of damage. The engine bays of most main battle tanks aren't really well protected. For those reasons, that tank may have actually been disabled. We can also see them here targeting a Ukrainian supply truck. Unfortunately, don't know what kind it is, but it actually looks like that hit may have not been too severe because it actually landed down near the bottom of the ground. It did knock out the vehicle, but it may have not killed or wounded the crew severely. We now see another FPV drone, once again operating in a similar area, now attempting to target a Ukrainian Humvee that's pulled up behind what appears to be the knocked out supply truck from just a moment ago. We can see here that the FPV drone is now showing us the knocked out supply truck. It appears to have not actually taken that much damage, and it also appears that the FPV drone may have lost connection because they didn't really show it hitting anything. And we now see that one, unfortunately, hitting near to the front engine bay or the front hood of the Humvee, most likely knocking out that vehicle as well. And we do not know about the fate of the Ukrainians that were inside of that Humvee at this point. But moving on from that and into our next clip, we have been able to hear the Ukrainian armed forces within the Kursk Oblast have continued to repulse Russian attacks and have continued to try and conduct their own offensives themselves towards the direction of Kromsky-Byky and on down towards the direction of Borky. We have been able to see that the Ukrainian forces have been targeting Russian supply routes, as was seen here by a Russian that was filming driving down this route after a vehicle right in front of them had been hit and destroyed.
Один, блядь, пиздец, давай топай.
And we can see that's a well-destroyed supply truck right there.
He said, "What is it? I don't know. Just keep driving for it." It's like, oh, okay, then there's no stopping to help, I guess.
Also, I like how there's this one guy right here that quite honestly appears to be taking a smoke break. I don't know. Like, he's just like, well, you know, it happens. Like, you know, our supply trucks get knocked out weekly at this point.
Один, блядь, пиздец, давай топай.
And that's the end of that clip, but still showing us that the Ukrainians are conducting effective attacks against Russian supply forces in the area, and still ensuring that wherever the Russians do have usable vehicles, that number is starting to become far limited compared to what it used to be. Moving on from that and into the rest of the news that we have inside the Kursk Oblast, we were able to see the 78th Airborne Regiment stopping a Russian push in this direction. You can see the clip right here. When you see the Ukrainians dropping bomblets onto the Russians below. And I don't really know what kind of explosives those are. They're almost like boxes nearly. But we can also see two more Russian vehicles. It appears to be some sort of a BMP, and then also a main battle tank ahead of it that are about to be targeted. Actually, those are two BMD-2s, most likely, that are about to be targeted by the Ukrainians and knocked out here in a moment. And we now see the Russians dismounting from the vehicles, and it appears that they're now going into a rout after both vehicles appear to have been knocked out at this point. With that, that's the end of the clip, but moving on from that and into our next one, we were also able to see a warehouse getting hit today by the 40th Tactical Aviation Brigade, which was able to target and destroy vital Russian military efforts, supplies, and munitions in the Kursk area, continuing to make sure that Russian supply lines are stretched incredibly thin. Here's the clip. You see the Ukrainian drone observing the supply warehouse, and in the second, the Ukrainian bombs are about to land pretty much smack dab right onto the buildings that are housing the munitions. And we can see the impact right there, a dead-on hit onto the building housing the munitions. And that's the end of the clip. But still, very interesting to see, and nice to know that the Ukrainians are continuing to hit incredibly hard within that area. We were also able to see the Russians getting hit in Kursk by the 47th Magura today as well. And we see here the Russians inside of the tree line. And we can see the cluster round slamming into them. And we can also see another cluster round coming in right there as well. And it appears that that Russian position is getting absolutely obliterated at this point.
We got the Mad Horse Brigade out here coming in strong.
But still, great to see the 47th is doing its job and taking care of the Russian Federation within this area. And to give you all a little bit of battle analysis at this moment, it does appear that the front line is largely stable, but not because both sides are lacking any kind of efforts or attempts at pushing through. The Russian Federation is still attempting to push through the Ukrainian front near to Lyubomovka, as well as Bolshoi-Sildatskoye, and currently the Ukrainians are attempting to push out towards Pokrovsk and Borky at this moment. It appears that both sides are caught in a gridlock at this moment. Neither side is actually able to break through the other's defenses and continue to advance, and so for this reason within the Kursk area, it appears that the front lines are not going to be changing here anytime soon. Still, nevertheless, it does appear that the Ukrainian armed forces are still going to be attempting to drive through, and hopefully we'll be able to see in the future that they make some sort of progress, but as long as they hold the territory that they currently have in their possession, things will largely pan out to be fairly decent for the Ukrainians in the long run as far as the defensive situation is concerned inside of Suja. They do control some pretty decent areas with a nice village chain on the northern side, on the eastern side, and on the southern side as well, giving them decent control of the fields beyond and making it incredibly difficult for the Russians to advance without taking a significant Ukrainian fire, stopping their advances largely within their tracks. Moving on from that, though, and out of that area and on down into our location unknowns, we actually have some pretty interesting ones today. So getting right into them, we did get to see another episode of the Rodniks, as we were able to see a BMP fitted out with so much cope cage, it's actually about larger than the BMP itself. But here's the clip.
Oh my God.
I've never seen that much cope cage on a single vehicle before.
That thing is so top heavy. Look at how it's rocking, like even just going in a straight line like that.
Man, if they hit the brakes, that thing's going to roll over itself like a ball. Like, I actually think it would. But moving on from that little clip and on into the next one, we also got to see some high explosive rounds that have been given for the Leopard 1. These are high explosive squash heads, which used to be in prolific service across the entirety of NATO. That's largely why back in the day, for example, the Leopard 1 used a rifled barrel main gun instead of a smoothbore, is because these were much more acclimated to using high explosive squash heads. Nowadays, most NATO countries generally moved away from using high explosive squash heads and rifle barrels for that matter, and have largely moved to using smoothbore guns because they usually like to use armor-piercing fin to stabilize discarding sabos, so these are somewhat rare, but still nice to see that the Ukrainians are getting these HESH rounds, and hopefully we'll be able to put them to great effect out on the battlefield. Moving on from that and into our next bit, we also got to see 2 Russians that were captured today, and we can see them moving them off of the BMP here, very kindly and gently, as the Russians do deserve. The second guy gets incredibly gentle treatment, which I have to say is very interesting to see. But nevertheless,
I'm glad to see the Ukrainians treating these guys really with dignity like this, because I would personally hate to see the Russians being treated without dignity. So I'm glad the Ukrainians have heart and soul here.
It would be absolutely terrible to see the Russians treated without dignity. I mean, think about it. They could have actually, carried the guy off of the BMP, but no, they just let him, take it into his own hands, really showing respect, because everyone knows that just like the Russian Federation's government, which is strong and steadfast and can handle everything on its own, a Russian prisoner ought to be able to handle getting off of a BMP on their own as well. Otherwise, they just kind of look weak and sad. And who in the world can respect a weak and sad people in a weak and sad country like that, So you got to
really, the way I see it is, I think the Ukrainians have this eye condition called depth perception issues. Like, they look down and they were like, oh, that's not that bad of a step. But when the guy stepped off, he kind of fell a little bit, 5 feet or something. And they're like, oh, my eyes. The Ukrainians haven't had a chance because they're fighting a war to go get their eye exam, so you got to give them a pass.
you gotta give them a pass. You just gotta do what you gotta do. But still, nice to see that they were helping out those prisoners in the kindest of ways. But moving on from that, and of course, we always have to remember that the Russians wouldn't really give the same treatment, so it's great to see that the Ukrainians are going above and beyond with the hospitality. We also got to see a Russian soldier freaking out about the sound of an FPV drone today as well. They're scared.
Oh, блядь, it's the hobbyist.
Oh, and he's like,
damn, he's freaking out.
Dude, man turned into a rabbit and started burrowing into the soil. Like, I don't even know what he was doing right there, but listen to it.
Bro said, I'm going to dig to the center of the earth. I'm going.
Dude, he's digging a hole to China. He's trying to open up those diplomatic relations in between the Russians and Chinese right now. And he's going to be the one to actually tunnel through the differences and make the relationship happen. But moving on from that and into our casualty report, we were able to see the Russian losses, and they were pretty decent today, actually.
Oh, look at that. Now, that's crazy, honestly. That's crazy. Only one Bobcat. I think that's a placeholder. Honestly, I think it is a placeholder at this point. The Bobcats, I think they've been extinct for like a week or two now, but tell us more.
I gotta say, it looks as though the losses are fairly significant, and according to Miss Disa, keeper of the records, 72 artillery systems is tied with October 5th of 2024 as the fourth highest daily loss in the war, a fairly significant loss of artillery today. 175 drones is the fourth highest loss, and 146 vehicles is the 12th highest loss, and there were some pretty decent losses of anti-aircraft and MLRS forces that rarely is really ever seen throughout most of the war. But getting out directly on into the losses, we were able to see that 1,300 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 23 APCs, 146 supply trucks, 19 main battle tanks, 72 artillery pieces, 175 drones, 3 MLRSs, 4 anti-aircraft warfare systems, and 1 Bobcat skid steer. All in all, it was a pretty good day today, and it does appear that the Russian Federation is still reeling in the losses, although they're trying to make it seem like it's a totally different thing outside of that, and for some reason, some people, I guess who have no better brains, are believing their statements outright. But nevertheless, some are saying that Zelenskyy is saying that the EU is ready to finance Ukraine's war effort if the United States backs out, which may be highly likely at this point given the circumstances inside of the government. And a lot of people are wondering, will it be needed? And a large majority of people, it appears that practically everyone, is saying that it will be needed very soon. Others are saying that it seems likely so. Some others, a very small amount, are saying no, but it will be a good supplement, and others are unsure and undecided. But it seems as though many people have thrown in their opinions at this point, and it looks as though that it's somewhat clear that the state of Ukraine might not really be able to rely on the United States for foreign military aid and support on into the future. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so as we kind of mentioned earlier, France is leading the charge here, and also, France is also speaking to Zelenskyy directly on behalf of all the European countries, and today we were told by Zelenskyy that the EU as a whole is ready to fully finance Ukraine's war effort if the US backs out, and will it be needed? So 76% said yes, it will be needed very soon, while 11% said it seems like probably so, but only time's gonna tell, and 8% said no, but it will be a good supplement to the remaining US support. And personally, I really don't think the U.S. is going to completely back out. Now, obviously, we're hearing some very, very ill-intended statements coming out of the United States toward Ukraine right now. I'm not sure what the objective is behind them. They're certainly not truthful statements, as we've already pointed out. Zelenskyy is not a dictator. He was democratically elected. Not sure what those statements are about, and they're very frustrating to me, just like they're frustrating to everybody here in the chat that supported Ukraine for a very long time. And hopefully those will be straightened out and corrected over time. Hopefully. Hold out hope. But I will say the EU has a lot of funds at their disposal right now to fund the Ukraine war effort. They've stated already they have about $93 billion in frozen Russian funds that they can unfreeze immediately, liquidate that, and then start giving it to Ukraine to support their war effort. And $93 billion is no small amount, because I believe that's actually as much or maybe more than what the U.S. provided throughout the entire course of the war. And the EU can unfreeze that, give it to them, and also they can supplement it with their own funding as well. So Ukraine is not left out like high and dry. Like, they're going to be funded if the EU follows through with this. And I'm with the 76%. I think it's going to be needed pretty soon, actually. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that it's probably going to be needed very soon. And I'll try and address the elephant in the room as best I can. The statements made by the Office of the President of the United States today were some of the most abhorrent statements that ever really could be heard, given the current situation at the moment. The president stated that the Ukrainians started the war, which everyone knows isn't true. I was here, I was living. I would start covering the war in the first hour, and I'm fairly certain, if I remember correctly, that in the first hour of the war, there was, I believe, about several hundred Russian missiles that were fired into most major Ukrainian cities, attempting to hit key strategic points and military assets. And then about another hour after that, Russian forces started to roll across the border in quite literally all directions, from Belarus, through Sumy, through Kharkiv, through the Donbass, and through Crimea, and straight towards Kherson. So with that in mind, if I'm remembering correctly, because I was one of the main people covering that war within the first hour that it happened, I largely do recall and remember that the Russian Federation was the one to invade Ukraine, so the start of the war would be on them, would not be on Ukraine. Second off, another statement that was made today is that the Ukrainians have ripped off the United States. And I would largely have to say that they haven't. That seems to me to be not really a smart statement to make, considering that the Ukrainians have expended hundreds of thousands of killed and wounded of their own people to fight against an invasion that the Russian Federation started. And of course, while the United States has put money into the war, it's Ukrainian lives that are being lost, and it's largely the security of the entirety of NATO's eastern flank that is at stake at this point, depending on what direction this conflict goes in. So I'd largely say that they haven't really ripped off the United States. We've actually got value for the buck, because American lives haven't been spent. It's been Ukrainian ones on America's dime. And also on Europe's dime, largely more so at this point than America's, because in terms of overall military support, Europe has actually provided about $20 billion more at this point an actual delivered aid than the United States has over the last 3 years, meaning that we were to look at the war in Ukraine as an investment or a corporation, the Europeans actually have the majority share, not the United States, crazily enough. That was not the case until just a few months ago. Another interesting thing to point out about the war in Ukraine is that the President of the United States is largely making it seem that Ukraine doesn't belong or deserve a place in negotiations, according to another statement that was made today, which everyone can largely know that is a little stupid. The war doesn't involve the United States directly, and just to speak a little bit quickly here about something I'm not really getting a clear signal on. If the United States isn't belonging anywhere in the world and we're supposed to return to being isolationist, then why the hell are we acting like we can negotiate the end to the war in Ukraine on Ukraine's behalf with the Russians, when that largely requires us to be out and about in the world and act like we're running everything? It doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's not really adding up to me how in the world those two things are really meshing together. On the one hand...
Exactly. That's what I was saying earlier today. I was saying that the United States has never been isolationist, like truly isolationist, almost in its entire history. To go completely isolationist now and say everybody's on their own and we're just going to forget the world completely. If we were to do that, we've been saying this for over a year before this was even a real prospect. If we were to do that, that would mean devastation, because China has a clear plan geopolitically to start taking over certain parts of the world economically, and then they'll follow that up one day, if they can, with military action. China's been planning that, and they're long-term strategists, and they have that plan in motion. Right now, Russia's crippled. Like, their economy's in trouble. They barely have any military supplies left. That's why they're using donkeys. But if you take the sanctions off of them and you let them rebuild, you give them a ceasefire in Ukraine, all of a sudden, then they can rebuild their military, become powerful again, and try to recuperate. And then they'll be in there with China, going around and basically taking the world over, while the U.S. sits back in its nice little island over here that we call the United States in North America. That would be an unprecedented disaster by any means. And that's why we've always remained allied with Europe for this long, is because we know that to have a power in the world, you have to project. You can't sit over on your island in the United States and simply just wait for stuff to fall in your lap. It's not going to work. I think that might be realized. Hopefully, forget that. I don't know if it's going to be realized or not, but it should be realized. But Enforcer, what were you going to say?
I was going to say that it is just a wild... I want to make this a little clear, because once again, people are going crazy in the chat because people keep on saying it has to be political. No, it does not. This is a foreign policy concern, and yes, the current president is somehow trying to make this into a domestic political deal. It's not a domestic political deal, okay? Talking about social security, gun control, and all those kinds of things are domestic political concerns because they have to do with the daily lives of citizens inside of this country. There's no way to make Ukraine a domestic political concern, because I'm fairly certain that none of you y'all are driving to Lviv every day to go get milk and groceries. So a little bit hard to make that a domestic political concern. It's completely separate. It's a diplomatic or a foreign policy concern. But one thing I will have to say is that while I'm not going to get political here, and I'm not going to go into bashing an entire political ideology or a political agenda, one thing I will say is that you would have to be brain dead to be taking the path that is being taken right now against American interest in the office of the president. The Russian Federation is quite clearly never going to be a friend of the United States of America. It makes no sense to understand that or to act like that would be different. The Russian Federation has made it clear that they are not a friend of the Western sphere, that they are not a friend of the United States, and that they would much rather attempt to destroy the Western sphere or split it in two if they can, instead of trying to deal with it as a friend or even join into the sphere. That is something that has been made clear since 10 years ago by Putin. So to act like that is going to be different now, and to act like we should give concessions to the Russian Federation because they might actually be a good, long-lasting friend, is absolutely ridiculous. It is the leader of its own sphere of influence. That automatically positions it as a rival of the United States of America and an enemy to Western interests. With this in mind, it would make no sense at all to not only move on from negotiating on Ukraine's behalf without them present on what the fate of their own nation will be, but to then even consider the option of withdrawing U.S. troops from the entirety of Eastern Europe. That is quite truly asinine. That makes absolutely no sense, because, just to let you all know, the U.S. didn't aggress onto the Russians, and that's not the reason why U.S. forces are right on Russia's borders. What happened is that Russia was a bastard and ended up going to war with just about anyone and everyone in the area that was wanting to protect their own interests. So everyone in Eastern Europe got scared of the Russians, and then they went to go and apply to join NATO. We didn't force anyone in Eastern Europe to join NATO. They joined NATO on their own because they were more scared of the Russians than they were of the United States or anyone else in NATO. So then they went and applied. Everyone unanimously accepted them, and then they joined. And that was how it worked. That's why U.S. forces are there. It's on the request of the countries that have U.S. forces inside of them. For example, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. They were all scared of the Russians because the Russians act like bastards. So then they requested to join NATO. They were unanimously accepted. And then they also requested that U.S. forces remain there to stop the Russians from doing any shady crap to them in the future. And that's why we're there right now. So instead of the Russians being screwed over by the United States, the Russians screwed themselves over. And that's why we're on Russia's border right now. That's why Finland joined NATO. That's why Sweden joined NATO. The war in Ukraine is the literal best living example as to why everyone in this area joined NATO in the first place, is because they watched the Russians doing the most aggressive, stupid crap that could be imaginable on the planet in terms of a foreign policy perspective in the modern day, and they got so scared that they decided that they'd rather make a stand and they'd rather join NATO than eventually be a victim of the Russians. So I hope that kind of covers.
And also another thing as well, because I've been getting tons of emails, messages from viewers that are upset and angry. Here's the thing, folks. We personally live in the United States. We're both Americans. And I don't hate my country just because it's doing something right now that I don't think it should be doing. That's something that we have to remember as well, is now is not the time to go silent just because people are getting very concerned with what's happening. In fact, we've been supporting Ukraine this entire time the war's been going on, no matter who's in charge. And a lot of people are saying they're getting discouraged with supporting Ukraine because of the current geopolitical situation between Russia, the United States, and Ukraine. Now is not the time to start being quiet and go hide in a hole because it's not going the way we want it to. Now is the time more than ever to make sure you're contacting your reps, contacting your senators, and letting them know that they need to support Ukraine and make sure that they speak up and say something, because we cannot become isolationists. That is something as a whole, like even a bigger issue than Ukraine. We can't become isolationists as a country here in the United States. No matter what political party you're part of, that would not serve any of our interests to do that, because China or Russia, or both of them, is going to fill that gap where the United States is leaving a gap if we left Europe and left other areas. They are going to fill that, and then we're going to lose our influence, which would be detrimental to the United States. So not only is the Ukrainian issue, but also the other European NATO issue, that's another thing as well. And people should speak up and say something about it, 100%. Because, someone has to care. And here on this channel, we've cared for at least 3+ years about this issue. So now's not the time to go away. It's the time to say something.
Also, another thing I'd like to address, this is something else that I had a bit of an issue with today, is that the President of the United States said that the Ukrainians fleeced, the President of the United States said that Ukraine fleeced America, specifically the last president. I'm going to say the wordage that was actually said, and I'm going to explain a little bit of something that is being deliberately misstated these days. The current president said that the last president was a feeble old man who wasn't mentally there. So Zelenskyy came into the old folks' home and robbed him of billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars from American coffers. Don't know if the current president is just lying to lie, or if he's misunderstanding how the U.S. government works, which may also be a likelihood. But all of that funding was approved by the Congress and then signed off by the president. So the people in his own party that are currently in the Congress right now were the majority ones, along with the other side, that were voting to support Ukraine with all of these massive amounts of money. Because the Congress, according to the Constitution, is the one that decides and appropriates funding. The president really can't do any of that without the Congress, which means that you actually have to have the majority vote of the House and the Senate, meaning that you'd have to pretty much have both parties agree to that spending bill to then have it on the president's desk to sign. So it's not really the responsibility of the president. That would largely be the responsibility of the entire U.S. government, including the Congress and the office of the president. So with all that put together, it doesn't really make any sense at all to try and claim that was done by a shady con man in Ukraine, because then he's really calling the entirety of the Congress shady con men, because they were the ones who actually went and voted and appropriated these spending bills that the president then signed and approved over the past 3 years. So I hope that it clarifies that a little bit for some. It's just a little annoying to me that this is the direction things are going in. So let me make sure to make my little bit of a grandstand speech here at the end, because this is something that I want to tell to all of our American viewers and everyone else around the world. I'm an American citizen, and I love the United States of America. I love the people who live in this country, about the 360 million of y'all. Y'all work incredibly hard every single day to get by and struggle these days. It has been an endless, constant struggle for people in our generation specifically to live in this country for years. And I continuously watch as different elements of the government, really both ends, continue to screw over the citizenry just about every single 4 years. And for some reason, everyone believes that they're going to keep voting for these same clowns and they're going to get something better. And they're sadly being misled by these people who are saying things and saying all sorts of magical wishes that never come true. It's something that is just extremely annoying to me to see, because I actually do care about the country, and that's why I largely say on this channel that we support American and Western interests, because in our attempts at conducting foreign policy, I'm largely trying to look out for the options that will benefit all of y'all the most, the ones that will get us the most lucrative trade deals, the ones that will see us with the most allies. It will see our enemies and adversaries backed into a corner where they can't threaten the United States standing in the world, and by consequence, the way of life of all of these amazing citizens of the Republic who live and toil every single day in some ideal circumstances and sometimes less than ideal circumstances to just get by and pay the bills. That's what I largely look out for on this channel. And that largely means that we have to look out for our allies in other areas of the world, in Europe and in East Asia and elsewhere, to not only protect them, but to protect our own interests. We have a lot of economic interests in the balance right now. People don't get that because people aren't attached to that. Some people like to live in ignorance and like to think that the United States can go on its own. And I can tell you something, that no one who has ever thought that in the present day has ever gone it and succeeded. Francisco Franco and Adolf Hitler are the only two examples I can think of right now in the modern day that actually emphasized a closed-off, isolationist form of an economy. In Hitler's Germany, it was called autarky, which is where the Germans traded with absolutely nobody, and the idea is that the Germans would be economically self-sufficient. Did not work. The entire time Francisco Franco was the dictator of Spain, from 1930 to about the late 1970s, Spain was in the worst economic depression that had ever been seen in Spanish history. Because the reality is that nobody can work off of a lack of trade and a lack of allies around the world. It is something that is imperative in a modern industrialized world, that you have to be conducting trade with other nations to be able to acquire and ascertain wealth. It's not something that is a fictitious thing, it is a reality. You can see it in any country that's tried it in the post-industrial world. You just simply cannot do that. That is just something that does not work. So I hope that kind of touches that base as well, because I don't really know what it is with the United States acting like we can buddy up with the Russians, leave all of our allies high and dry, and then go hide in a corner, because that's largely going to lead to the decline of the United States, not the rise of it into some kind of shining brilliance. The only reason why it looks like we even have a glimmer of shining brilliance at this point is because we've been around the world caving heads in for the large part of our enemies and adversaries for the past 70 years, and that's the only reason why everyone in Europe is living the high life, and everyone in America is living the high life, and everyone in Eastern Asia is living the high life, is because we've all been around the world, and we've all been crushing our adversaries in every single instance. You can't just sit back and walk off, because I'll tell you another country that sat back and walked off, and now a lot of people always want to sneer them as a joke. And I hate to say this because I really do love this country, but this is a reality, is the British. The British were once the United States. Like, they actually were. They were the preeminent global superpower of their time. And they were everywhere in the world doing anything and everything to make sure that their people had the high life. That's largely what it was, like, whether people look at it one way or another or not. Then at the end of World War I, the same kind of mindset that's now, for some reason, prevalent in America started to grip the British. Why are we everywhere around the world? We'll be fine on our own. We can just go ahead and get rid of everything. And we can start downsizing the military and everything. And that's what they did from about, crazily enough, 1920, before World War II, all the way up until about 1970 to 1980 or so. That was largely the trend that the British set. And now everyone sits there and goes and looks at the British and go, oh, they're just hardly even a country. And it's just silly. It's just absolutely silly to me that people in America will go, look at the British, they gave up everything, they had it all, and then they just gave it up. And then people in America now will go, oh, let's just give up everything, let's go to hiding in a corner, and that will work. It never works. Like, you either are going to sit here and ride the train until it reaches the end of the line, because if you hop off of it before it reaches the end of the line, I can promise the results are not going to be savory. They're going to be incredibly horrific. I mean, they're going to be the worst that you can imagine. You're going to be sitting here, I can promise a lot of people this, you're going to be sitting here as a result of our foreign policy actions, where we're continuously starting to show to more and more people, like mostly the Europeans, that they could be fine on their own, because America isn't going to be there for them anyways, and we're going to start to see the trade starts to decline. And because certain kinds of trades of certain kinds of goods and raw materials that the United States requires isn't really happening, the prices of those materials are going to go up. The price of production starts to go up. The price of American workers starts to go up. That means that y'all are going to start paying a little bit more for goods. And then that'll start to spread largely around the entirety of the U.S. economy. Things are going to start getting more expensive. And you know something that's going to be crazy is that, much like the last administration, the current one isn't going to sit there and say, we're going to fix these issues. No. They're going to sit there and tell all of y'all that y'all need to suck it up and y'all are just a bunch of wusses eating avocado toast and y'all need to start buying less. And that's what the answer is going to be. Because at the end of the day, whenever stupid decisions are made, no one's going to come up and clean up the mess that they made. They're just going to say that they didn't make the mess, everyone else is ungrateful, and that y'all have to eat the shit sandwich and just live with it. That's largely what's going to happen. And it's just ridiculous to me that we're watching what's going on in Ukraine at this point, and largely watching what may end up being in a week or two, that the U.S. starts to withdraw forces from Eastern Europe, because I know this, I'll say this really quickly. I know that many Eastern European leaders have come out and said that that's not going to happen, but Zelenskyy also said previously that the U.S. was going to continue to support Ukraine, and that support wasn't ending. And now that looks like it's clearly the opposite, and that all of those statements were being made as misguidance. Who's to say that U.S. forces don't start to withdraw from Europe, from Eastern Europe here in a week or two? Who's to say that that will not happen? It might happen. I'm actually leaning toward it's possible that could start to happen. And with that at the end of the day, we're then going to be watching that the door for the Russians has been literally opened wide, that all of the Baltic states, which just don't have large enough populations or economies to support larger armed forces, could be steamrolled at any moment, that the Polish will practically be on their own. Really, everyone east of Germany may as well not even be in NATO at that point, because no one's going to most likely come to their defense unless if the Europeans go and separate themselves from the United States and largely make their own assurances and security protections in Europe for themselves. That's all that there's going to be. So then what's the point of them even trading with the United States? They could start to open up trade with the Chinese. So then they start shifting all of their spending from the United States to Asia instead, specifically to China. There goes an entire economic window that we had within that area. That's what's going to happen. As far as foreign policy is going, this is not a good direction. I'm not going to speak on domestic political issues, but considering that we analyze foreign policy here, I really can't go without saying these are incredibly bad decisions that we're seeing so far at this point. There's nothing political about that because we are about supporting Western and American interests. We've made it incredibly clear what supporting Western and American interests are. And I also said over the whole last year that there is absolutely no way in hell that the current president right now would ever do anything different, because it clearly would be against Western American interests, and it would end up being a detriment to the United States and the Western world. Now, the very things I said that the current president would never do because it would be stupid to do it, we're actually seeing that some of that's now being acted on, which is just insane. I don't even really know where to go with it, because never in a million years would I think that anyone would be that foolhardy in foreign diplomacy and foreign policy to ever follow through with an action like this. Even if they said stuff like this in the campaign process in the election, never in a million years would I've actually thought that they would have tried to act out on that kind of stuff, because it makes no sense from any kind of a foreign policy perspective.
Honestly, I'm shocked myself. Y'all might remember we actually said we think Ukraine's going to be okay when it comes to U.S. Positions on their policy. Like, it might go like in the beginning, it might go a little rough for Ukraine, and we might still be in the rough stage. Maybe it'll turn around. There's just no telling. It looks like it might not turn around, to be perfectly honest. Between the U.S. relations with Ukraine, it looks like it could be going sour and stay that way, based on what we're seeing right now. But that doesn't, like I've said before, that doesn't mean that Ukraine's lost, because it looks like Europe will stand up and keep funding them to make sure that they're not taken over by Russia. But the damage that's done to the European alliance with America as a result of this abandoning of Ukraine is going to be tremendous. It's going to cause some hatred amongst the Europeans toward the Americans. And honestly, like I said before, I love my country dearly. I will always fight and protect my country, but honestly, Europe might deserve a better ally than America, because if that's the position the United States is going to take and leave the Europeans high and dry with a madman on the loose inside of Europe, Putin, and China lurking close behind, sort of like secretly funding the whole thing, then that's not a good way to treat your friends, to be perfectly honest. And yes, Europe does have some shortcomings. Yes, there are some trade things that need to be sorted out probably between the United States and Europe, but that does not mean we completely abandon them and leave them behind, because you can still fight with friends and still remain friends. You don't have to throw them out just because there's one problem. That's not what you do, especially when the problem is going to affect the United States as well. I will admit I got this one wrong. I thought that the United States would not go down this path, but I think we got this one slightly wrong. In fact, I would say that I specifically got this one somewhat badly wrong, to be perfectly honest. I'm just shocked by the whole thing.
Well, I got it horrifically wrong. And I saw someone say, I think it was Raga NYC, they said, remember you said if you got this wrong, you'd apologize. And I do have to apologize. Sorry, we did get this wrong. This doesn't appear to be the direction that we expected it to go in at all. In fact, this is the complete opposite direction. It is just, it's goofy. You know what? Let me explain something really quickly. Since we're on the topic of trade deficits with countries, let me explain to y'all how trade deficits work. Trade deficits aren't bad. That's what a lot of people don't get. Like, trade deficits are not bad. It matters that the trade's crucial. You can have a trade deficit and it actually ends up making you money. And let me explain to you all why. Okay, so let's say that we trade jack shit with Europe, right? Like, let's just say that we trade pots and pans with them, and then let's say like $10 million worth of pots and pans, and then in exchange, we're buying about $30 million of raw ore from Europe. So let's say like coal or iron or something like that, right? So let's say that. So we end up at that point with a trade deficit of about $20 million or so, well, $10 million just about by the numbers I gave, which means that we're spending $10 million more than we're making from that trade. So technically on that spreadsheet, it looks like we're losing money. The difference is that when those goods arrive in the United States, if they are not in good products, meaning that they are the final product, they are actually going to end up making the United States money. Because when we import their iron, we turn it into steel. When we import their coal, we turn it into electricity. That electricity runs our major industries in the services industries and every other, because everything in the country runs tons on coal, or say the other resources, which we'll get to in a minute. So the coal, while we're in a trade deficit with them, the coal we're getting from them is actually producing economic output that is far greater than the money we're losing in trade to the Europeans. Or, for example, the iron. If we turn that into steel and then we make high-end American products that are worth more than the raw materials in steel and the cost of transport that we got from the Europeans, then that makes us money. That's how it works. It's always goofy to me how people look at trade deficits and always go, oh, this is a terrible thing. Anyone who knows anything about administration, which businessmen do not always know everything about administration. I'm going to make that a little clear, that business and diplomacy and largely running a government in an administrative perspective are entirely different things. Just because you're seeing red in the category does not mean that that's red across the board. That's not how it works. It just isn't. It's ridiculous to say something like that. So it's a little bit goofy to say that everyone we're in a trade deficit with, we have an issue with. That's not the case. That's not the case in every instance. In some of them it may be. But that would be ridiculous to say across the entire board that trade deficits are bad. That's just stupid. Like if that is bad, and then we were to say that excessive government spending is bad in different things that aren't making the government money. I don't really know. Like I have to say this really quickly. I pay taxes, much like all of y'all do, and I don't necessarily pay my taxes expecting that it's supposed to be an investment in stocks into the government for them to go on profit-making ventures. I don't believe that the government has ever been a profit-making venture in any single country. Largely, you throw money into the government for them to waste it. Because, just speaking about this on a more abstract perspective, the entire National Park Service could be looked at as one of the largest money laundering operations in the U.S. history. We throw hundreds of millions of dollars into leaving forests largely devoid of human activity for the purpose of just doing it. Like if you want to go down the route that excessive government spending is stupid, you could say that every single national park in America is stupid and cut the funding for the National Park Service. That would be a little bit stupid to do because I think that everyone largely says that the national parks are a great thing. You know, and also another thing, now I see someone saying, well, you're defending excessive government spending. Have you looked at what they actually cut down? I mean, like, it's nothing. Like, the U.S. spends $4 trillion in taxes every year. And I believe that government agency that they have at this point has cut down on, I think, less than $1 billion of the spending. That's nothing. Like, when you look at that, all of this effort being expended for $1 billion cut in spending on a $4 trillion budget, that doesn't really seem to make a lot of sense.
Well, on that particular issue there, I would say that one is a little bit, it's a good point, but it's a little bit beside the point. On the geopolitics scale of things, in my opinion, there's no amount of money that you could spend to ensure, for example, that our allies are being defended properly. If it costs $1 billion or $100 billion, that seems to be money well spent because we trade with Europe. They're our allies. They will be there for us. If China or Russia decide to attack any of us, we'll all be together in one big alliance, and that is invaluable. NATO is an invaluable, most strong alliance the world's ever seen. And to simply take that for granted and say, we don't like the trade thing going on with Europe, so let's just toss the most powerful alliance out to the window. That is just insane to me. It's hard to comprehend because you'll never see an alliance that powerful for a long time if NATO decides to go by the wayside, or if some country decides to put NATO by the wayside. You're not going to see one like that for a while. In fact, it might become China and Russia that becomes the next biggest alliance, because if NATO does not exist, then that's going to sort of change the way the power structure is played right now in the global sphere. So, to me, I would say spend the money if it means keeping NATO part of a huge alliance, and simply address the issues as they come up one by one, and work with people like they're friends, and don't work with people like they're enemies, and treat enemies like they're actually enemies. Like right now, I think we got it backwards. We're treating the enemies like friends, and we're treating our friends like enemies. That's not the way to do it, even if you have a legitimate problem. So I just don't know. I don't know. Like, it's hard to even come up with a thought, because I'm trying to avoid getting political here. I'm trying to stay on the geopolitical level, but I think y'all know where I'm coming from.
Also, I see some people saying, oh, what the hell do you mean? Doge says that they're going to save $1 trillion in the government. Where have they done that? I want to just be clear to people today. I'm going to be a little bit clear. there was a tweet put out by the guy who runs that deal, which many of you all know, saying today every single thing that they've cut out of the government and trimmed down, if you add it all together, it's about equivalent to $1 billion or maybe $2 billion out of a $4 trillion spending budget that we have annually in the U.S. That's nothing. Like, when you put that into perspective, that's less than a 0.00001% cut on government spending. So I don't really like if that isn't supposed to be saving money, and it's hardly a negligible difference, that y'all can even measure that in y'all's own budget. If y'all were to spend, say, a couple of thousand a month, which would be insane, and then you cut down 1 penny, does that really count? Like, is that really saving money? That doesn't make much sense at all, like to me. And the other thing is that a lot of things you're not going to see a return on at all. But one thing that you're never going to see a return on is defense spending outright. That looks like it goes into a pit. Like, that really just does look like that. We spend about $1 trillion on the military annually, and there's not really much that comes out of that in reality. At least when you look at it. It's just military forces sitting around the world and about 1.3 million active duty soldiers on a payroll in multiple branches. But the reality is that there's a lot more that we get out of that than it appears is going into a black hole. When the United States is out there in different areas of the world, like South Korea or Japan or Taiwan or anywhere else in Europe for that matter, we are actually fostering very large economic relations with some of the most economically powerful countries on Earth. South Korea economically is more important than the Russian Federation. End quote. There is nothing that we need from the Russian Federation materially at all to have a relationship with them. At all. Everything that they produce, we produce in larger numbers. They produce oil, we produce oil. They produce steel, we produce steel. The Russians do not produce anything that the United States would need economically. South Korea, on the other hand, actually produces a large amount of high-end goods. So, and also not only that, their economy is the same size as Russia's. So it makes a lot more sense to have a backing militarily for South Korea than to make friends with the Russians. Just putting it on that one perspective alone, on that one nation, much less the entirety of the countries that we have as allies. So I hope that kind of addresses this fairly well, at least the best I can, because that would be my take on foreign policy at this point. But statements with what's going on today, also Matthew Doge has something to do with it, because now they're saying that they're going to audit all the Ukraine spending, so it has something.
That's fine. That's fine. And to me, if they want to audit Ukraine defense spending, that's perfectly fine. Like, I have no problem with transparency and also making sure that money's going to where it should. I think the problem people are taking with it is it sounds like it's a threat. It doesn't sound like, it's not merely saying, oh, we're going to audit Ukraine to make sure the money went to where it's supposed to. It's being said as like it's a weapon. Like, oh, we're going to audit Ukraine and stab them real good with this one. It's like, what is it's like, it sounds like they're going to try to find something. It's like, now, if you're going into it neutrally, that's fine. Like, audit Ukraine. If you see something that's amiss, ask questions and say something and, work it out. But don't go into it with a bias, like you're clearly looking to cause a problem, because then you're going to find something, you're going to go overboard, and then it's going to be justification to try to screw Ukraine over, which is not what we're trying to do. And also, it's no mystery either. Like, let's not fool ourselves here. Ukraine does have a corruption problem. We've known that when we started funding Ukraine. There is going to be money that probably did not go to where it's supposed to go. That's not anything that we're going to be shocked by. I'm not personally shocked by it. It's obviously not good. We need to get to the bottom of it. But Zelensky's doing the best he can to root the corruption out. So if you find something like that, you can't have like the leader of this audit come out and say, oh, there was like 20 million that went somewhere where it wasn't supposed to go, so that proves that Ukraine was stealing the money and it's over. That's silly, because we already know, like, if you audit the U.S. government, you'll find that money didn't go where it's supposed to go. If you audit anybody that's in these governments, you're going to find money did not go where it's supposed to go. So it's being used as like a weapon. That's the problem I have with it. But there's nothing wrong with auditing in general, though.
Now, I have no problem with auditing. But the thing is, though, here's my issue, is that there is a limit that you can go to where you start to cross the line. We've covered this before on the channel. I'm going to cover it again. Right now, just to explain this, some guy just some random dude, for the large part, is running an extra governmental agency that's not even in the government. He's never been involved in the government. He doesn't really know how any of these federal agencies operate. And now he's going to go through, and he pretty much has the ability to delete different sections of these agencies that he wishes to, and he doesn't even really understand what they do. So something that doesn't look like it makes sense to him could make an entire agency collapse inwards. For example, one of them that I saw recently was that some sort of a courier group in one of the agencies that was costing around $2 million a year got wiped out. So all the contractors that were doing that were wiped out. That agency may have required those couriers to deliver handwritten messages and letters because they don't tweet each other, because that may be a security concern if you just got your orders over a tweet. So now that entire governmental agency may be handicapped well into the future because that guy who didn't have any dealings with that agency may or may not have understood that the couriers may have been vital or necessary to the function of that agency. So that is an issue, like a little bit of an issue that could be addressed at that point. But
and also one more thing, real quick, Enforcer, while I see it in the chat. Some people are talking about like the domestic side of this Doge program that's out there. I will say this: I'm not going to comment personally on that. Like, I don't think the domestic side of Doge, with what they're doing here in the United States, personally has anything to do with what's going on with Ukraine. That's like completely domestic politics. So I'm not commenting on that whatsoever. And I'm just going to have to leave that one uncommented. So my comments about the whole thing, the audit and all that by this Doge group, is solely aimed at what they're doing with Ukraine, and that's it.
But that's largely what I want to try and address, because I'll be honest, I'm this is something that's kind of getting on my nerves to the point that I might take a break from running a show for a couple of days here, to be entirely honest with y'all. Is that I keep on getting on air and I keep on trying to cover the news for people, and it doesn't seem that anyone is happy in the chat about how we're covering it at all. So we try and cover it tonight, people complain. I try and cover it neutrally, people complain. If I try and give everyone a fair say, people complain. It's getting to the point that I'm getting tired of it. I'm just going to be frank here. Like, I love the Lee Spring Army, love the channel and everything, but the analysis is the analysis. If you don't like it, kiss it. That's all I can say, because a lot of the foreign policy stuff that we've been running on for 3 years isn't going to be turning around 180 just because you're turning around 180 to that random viewer in the chat who wants to run their mouth. We've always said that it's important for America to be out there on the world stage operating in our own interest. That's not changing because the interest of a different administration has changed. What we've said is the same thing we're going to say for the remainder of the entirety of this channel. If the President of the United States does not align with that kind of a decision-making process, like, for example, the last one didn't by taking aggressive action against Iran immediately once we had clear proof that they were developing a weapon of mass destruction, and the current one isn't either, that's open for criticism, because that's not within American and Western interests to allow the Iranians to create a nuclear weapon. It's not really within American and Western interests to leave Eastern Europe high and dry. It's not really within Western American interests to let the Russians try and win in Ukraine. That's just inherently what it is. Like, that's the analysis. Like, you can say that that's editorialism, opinions. It's not. Because I can promise you this, you call it editorialism and opinions right now, and when we have no more trading partners and the US GDP is plummeting and you're not able to afford eggs anymore, then you'll be going, maybe that wasn't a good idea on the foreign policy perspective. Maybe the analysis of the enforcer actually may have been correct in that instance. And you largely would be right. Like I'm not even going to kid around on that one. The analysis I'm giving at this point is dead on the nail. Like, if we do not go down the route that I'm saying has to be done for the United States of America, this is not going to end up well for the United States in 10 to 20 years. By the time I want to run for president, and by the time I would be around, the United States may as well be a backwater country at that point that is largely insignificant. So with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well, but nevertheless, I do understand that we have some questions. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our first super chat of the night. And also, thank you very much to the folks supporting the channel tonight, because we do appreciate it. Tonight's been a little bit of a while, but we appreciate everybody sticking with us, because me personally, I'm of the belief that even if there are people in the chat saying things that disagree, I personally say, free to disagree, as long as it's civil, that's the main thing, because there's a lot of people that want to come in and start cursing, going berserk, obviously disagree. Nothing wrong with disagreeing, but it has to remain civil. That's the only thing. Outside of that, I'm perfectly fine. But moving on to our first super chat here, this one goes to Adam McLean, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Adam, for that $20 support. He said, I've said it before and I'll say it again. You guys never let me down.
And thank you so much for the support and the kind words. We try our best. I got to be honest, I got on air really stressed out tonight because it seems no matter which way I'm stepping at this point, we're just stepping on landmines. If we try and be neutral, people are angry that we're neutral. If we state our opinions, people don't like it that way either. So if I'm going to be stepping on landmines either way at this point, I'm just going to continue to stick with what we've been doing, which is speaking about American and Western interest outside of the United States, and we're going to continue to do that. So I just got to make it clear, the current actions and statements of the president today are not within American and Western interest for what would be the most beneficial for the United States in the long run on a world stage. I'm not going to speak about the domestic political issue. I'm going to leave that to all of the crazy people who are into that every single day out there on the internet, who are virile and threaten each other with death on a near daily basis. That'll be for those barbarians. But here on this channel,
honestly though, as long as people are being civil, like if people want to discuss politics, I mean that's people's purview to discuss politics. It's not here. We just don't discuss it, domestically here. But like I don't think anybody, most people probably don't understand these people that run around the internet like cursing people out and going berserk over political differences. I don't understand why anybody's doing that over anything unless it's something personal. Now, if you're having a personal altercation or something, like the girlfriend, went out with some other person or something like that, now it might devolve into cursing. But the fact people are getting so invested into politics where they're cursing each other out and wishing death on one another, it's like, that's not what America was ever about. It's like, even if you disagreed, you shouldn't wish death on your neighbor just because they disagreed with you, even if it's over something you strongly believe about. Like, for example, if someone says, "Oh, I'm not for Ukraine," I'm not going to go wish death on the person. I'm just going to be like, well, first of all, why do you think that? And try to tell them why they're wrong in a respectful way. But it's just a state of society in general these days. People are very vile when it comes to their opinions, or at least some people are. But I don't like group everybody in the same category that, not everybody acts like that. It's just a small group of fringe people acting like that. So, that's the way I see it.
Well, you might see it that way, but being the main heat shield on the channel, which I was telling Matthew a little bit earlier ago, and seeing people always coming in and just giving me the works for trying to be neutral or then stating my opinion, and then people want to be pissed off about that, it gets incredibly annoying. And the amount of death threats that we've gotten running this deal has been absurd, like just staying neutral. The amount of crazy idiots that always go out of their way to try and make life miserable is just insane. So at this point, I'm just going to be honest with y'all and just frank. What is going on right now is not within American and Western interests on a world stage. I'm not going to speak about the domestic political situation. That's a whole other can of worms. We do not touch that. But as far as foreign policy, we have a clear objective on this channel. That's been how it is forever. I'm not going to pretend like that's not the case now and continue to just act like, well, maybe they have a point to give up all of our allies around the world. Maybe it's got sense. It does not. It has no sense at all. And if it had any sense, why the hell didn't we do that at the end of World War II? Why in the hell did we go everywhere after World War II? We went to Korea, we went to Vietnam, we went to Afghanistan, we went to Iraq, we went in Europe, we stood down the Soviet Union. If all of that wasn't within America's interest for the past 70 years, why have we been so damn successful for the past 70 years? It makes no sense. Don't fix something that isn't broken. That system works, so it's a little bit stupid to start acting like it doesn't work and the opposite will succeed. The reason why the US GDP looks like this is because since here, and well before that, mind you, from 1945 onwards, we've been out there taking names and kicking ass on everyone that's gone against us and our interests in the world. If you look at anyone's GDP statistics in the West, it looks a lot like America's on a smaller level. That's because what we've been doing for 70 years works. Doing the opposite is obviously going to bring forward the opposite result. It's not going to be good for us. Look at the Chinese down there. They can't even emulate what the United States can do. Everyone called them the Asian dragon with how quickly their economy was growing, and then they started to try and branch out like America does. They started faltering on their One Belt, One Road program, and their economy's faltering. We've been out there giving people security assurances, making pretty decent trade deals, and while some of them are at a deficit, I mean, hell, the stats don't lie. There's more money flowing around in this country right now than ever has been at any other point in history. So if it's not working, tell me how it isn't working, because the GDP stat speaks for itself. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you so much for the support, though, and thank you for enjoying what we're doing. Because at this point, like, I'm gonna have to be honest, I can't live in fear of goofy people in the chat. And if they're going to complain or whine, I cannot. Like the channel's just gonna have to run how it runs. If you don't like the analysis, that's fine. There's plenty of other channels out there for you. Go try out one of the really political ones and go live in that cesspit and get attacked by 100% of the chat, unlike the civil chat that we have here in the Lee Spring Army that's actually made up of well-minded people that actually do think with their heads and don't follow the goofy rhetoric that's put out by either side these days. But with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, so moving on here to our next one. This one is going to Trism 666, who puts in a massive $100 donation. And thank you very much, Trism, for the massive support, by the way, and being the largest supporter of the night. We appreciate that. And Trism says, I appreciate everything you do and the valuable news and analysis you provide. And I feel you're the only group I can trust at this time and hope you continue. And I even enjoy most of your tangents. And thank you for all you do and sacrifice for this and LSA.
And I gotta thank you so much for the massive support, Trism 666, and thank you once again for helping this channel to keep on running. It's folks like you who helps us keep this thing rolling, and if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running well in the future. The only reason why we get to say what we say on this channel is because we're not beholden to anyone in the background that's pulling the strings. We're not beholden to, any sponsors. We're not beholden to YouTube's AdSense. Y'all are the only support that we get on these live streams, and y'all help us to say exactly what we're saying every single night, what we've been doing for 3 years. I got to thank you so much for enjoying the coverage and feeling like this is one of the channels you can trust, because we've always tried our best to put out really good analysis and to also put out factual news that doesn't try and have some sort of a spin on it. So I got to thank you so much once again for that, because if it wasn't for folks like you who actually went out of your way to support the channel when you don't even have to, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing rolling each and every single day. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again for the support. I hope that does address that the best I can, and thank you for being a long-time viewer as well, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing rolling, and we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. So a huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, by the way, I typically don't like point out stuff in the live chat too often, but someone said, you two aren't old enough to know what it's like to pay taxes. Listen here, buddy.
God.
Let me tell you something. We pay one of the highest tax rates in the country as we're self-employed. We've been doing that for many, many, many years, and we're about to do it again. So no, I am definitely old enough to know what it likes to pay taxes. In fact, we probably pay a higher tax rate than you pay, actually, because we're self-employed. So no, like this, if you're self-employed in the United States, you will know you pay a hell of a lot of money in taxes. If you're employed by somebody, you don't pay self-employment tax. So you pay about half of what a self-employed person would pay in taxes. So no, I want to clear that one up. I'm paying a hell of a lot of money in taxes. I'm going to get my credit, dang it. But anyways, moving on here to our next super chat.
That's crazy. Yep. That's crazy right there. I'll tell you something, man. We pay, I would say, on percentage, because we're self-employed, and you probably don't know this because you probably haven't been self-employed before, I'm assuming, but they tack on pretty much a 100% increase to your taxes if you're self-employed like Matthew and me. So while you're probably paying 20%, we're paying about 40% of our income in taxes. So YouTube takes 30% of it, by the way, just to let y'all know. Every single night when y'all throw in a super chat, if it's 30% of that goes to the house, so we don't even see that. So we only get 70% of what y'all throw in every single night. So then the government comes in, and out of that 70% that we got there, then they take about 30% of that. Well, not 30% of that. They take about 40% of that. So at the end of the day, when we make $1 on this channel, in the end, we're making about 30 cents off of each dollar, and then we have to half that from there. I can promise you all this. We pay an exorbitant amount in taxes. So if anyone has a right to speak about what tax money should be going towards, I have a feeling that we might be one of the leading 4 experts, because self-employment tax is one hell of a thing and is ridiculously high. It's insanely high. But anyways, enough of that. With that, we are on to the last super chat of this segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news.
All right. And also, by the way, like with my tax dollars going to Ukraine, I'm happy with it because, of course, it is, funding and making sure the free world can stay free. So I was going to add that in the end there. But anyways, jumping into our next and last super chat of the segment, this one is going to go to Gladiator, who puts in a $34 donation. Hey! And thank you very much, Gladiator, for that $34 support. And we appreciate that. Gladiator said, thank you both for your unfaltering support of Ukraine, and love your work, guys, and keep it up.
And thank you so much for the support, Gladiator. But I always have to remind folks that this isn't a pro-Ukraine channel. This is a pro-American, pro-Western channel. We stand in support of American interest and Western interest around the world. And that doesn't really change, I'll just be frank here, depending on the whims of each president. It's fairly clear. Like, I'm gonna make the, let me say it this way, because this is a way I've never said it before. We stand for American and Western interests the way I view what is in the interest of the United States. That isn't beholden to the current president or the last one or either of their political parties. That's largely what I've ascertained through looking at it, what I believe is the best interest for the country. And the best interest for the country, to lay that out for everyone again, is to make sure that the United States is out there fostering good relationships with major economic partners, making sure to give them security assurances in exchange for good trade deals, to be able to be out there in the world and making sure that the kind of quality of life that we get in America from all of our allies and partners still remains. That's what makes this channel pro-American and pro-Western. If the current president wants to go completely against that, I will say that's not within American and Western interest, because I'm not really one to sit there and just blindly say, well, that has to be good for us. No, it's not going to be. I can promise you all that, because any historical example, I'm a history major, I'd know, of any country trying to do that, it's ended up as an abysmal failure. Economically, countries die doing the kind of thing that we're about to set down on the path of. And that's not to speak at all about the domestic political thing, and I'm not saying whether I like or dislike the president, but as far as foreign policy goes, these are the worst decisions and actions that could be made. Like, there's no other way around that. And people are going to say, oh, we can't pay for the war. We can put $900 billion a year into our military, but giving about $20 billion to Ukraine every year? Too much. Like, that's ridiculous. Come on, get a brain. Like, that doesn't even make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all, especially when you consider that social welfare programs in this country eat up about $2.3 trillion of the budget, and it's not even discretionary, it's mandatory spending. So how the hell is an additional $20 billion going to kill us? Like, that doesn't make any sense. And anyways, if you go look at the debt clock, if you're going to also use that as an argument, we got to focus on the national debt. That doesn't even make any sense either, because out of all of it, if you look at the actual debt we owe to foreign countries, it's only $8.6 trillion. The national debt's a scam. $36 trillion of it, out of that, you deduct $8 trillion, which is what we actually owe to other people. We owe most of the national debt to ourselves, to intergovernmental agencies. Like, it's not even a real debt. Do you think the U.S. government is going to come in to collect the debt from the U.S. government? I mean, you'd have to be out of your freaking mind to think that that would be the case. Like, that just doesn't make any sense at all. Like, one bit. Like, so that's another thing. That's just a goofy argument to support isolationism with really no purpose, is saying that we owe so much money to other people. Look, also, I gotta ask this. Who the hell's going to come and collect that money from these foreign countries? You think China's going to come rocking up to the coast of California and demand $8 trillion? You gotta be out of your freaking mind. Like, if you think that we can steamroll people because the U.S. military is that great, wait until you see the Chinese Navy, the little of it that can actually travel across the Pacific, try and make it to California, and then actually fight the U.S. on its own home waters. That would not end well. I can promise you that. So this $8.6 trillion, no one's ever going to come and try and collect on that. Promise you that. The remainder of it, you think the U.S. government's going to bankrupt the U.S. economy by trying to collect on its own debt? That would be crazy. Like that's like all of the arguments in support of isolationism just make no sense, because when you actually look at it with a lens, it doesn't make any sense. It does not at all. The government could actually spend money that it doesn't have for about the next 500 years, and we largely would be fine. As long as we didn't sit there and stop raising the debt ceiling and then actually let the debt ceiling get hit, which means we would start to default, everything would be fine. And no one's going to stop the debt ceiling from rising, because everyone knows that the economy would implode at that point if the debt ceiling was completely stopped and wasn't allowed to expand any farther. So with that, I hope we were able to touch all of the good points there. But nevertheless, Matthew, what is that last question? What's that last? We have so much news to cover.
Oh, that was our last question, actually.
Oh. But still, I thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I got completely sidetracked there with the rant. Hopefully people are enjoying that tonight, I hope. But nevertheless, thank you so much, Gladiator, for the support, and we are going to keep it up. And a big shout out to all of our folks down there in New Zealand, of course, another U.S. ally out there in the Eastern Pacific, and it's great to know that the United States has allies all around the world, and if I could have my way, I would make sure to keep it that way. But moving on from that and on into the remainder of the Ukraine war news, we actually don't have much, to be entirely honest with y'all. We've covered covered most of the big ticket items already. But moving on into the northern area near to Kupyansk, we were able to see an attack helicopter doing its thing. Check it out. Very nice.
There they go, shooting those rockets off, giving it to them. This is called public defense spending for Russia.
Man, looks like the Ukrainians are giving the Russians an aid package, ammo delivered by fire. Very nice to see.
When I hear those rockets fire, I think about my tax dollars being spent. I say, that was a damn good show.
Man, 2 of those rockets, if they're using Hydras, 2 of those rockets is about the amount of the costs of all the taxes I gave the government last year. Crazy, right? Only 2 of them.
You're welcome, Ukraine.
You're welcome, Ukraine. It's our gift to you. Please enjoy. But moving on from that and down into the area of Chasiv Yar, we also get to see a T-80 getting destroyed by the Ukrainians' Rarograg unit down here. Take a look at this. And we can see them here bringing her
I
on
see
in.
George Tencher said, when my tax dollars get spent on rockets, I get jolly. I'll just leave it at that. honestly, I'll say this. It's a lot better to see the tax dollars being spent on rockets, because who doesn't like seeing something go boom? You got to admit, you love to see it. And it's better than spending it like on some bureaucracy somewhere, honestly.
Also, another thing, just to make this a little bit clear to some, because I don't think people get this, and we talked about this a little bit last night as well. And when I say people don't get this, I don't mean everyone in the chat. I mean like maybe like 2 people in the chat. But some people don't get this. The federal government isn't really supposed to be that concerned about domestic affairs. Well, at least, let me explain this really quickly. Hardly anywhere in the U.S. Constitution in Article 2, which lays out what the executive branch is, does it really lay out that the president's supposed to be deeply concerned of the United States about domestic internal affairs. They're actually supposed to be looking more so outwards to foreign policy affairs. The domestic affairs largely are led up to the Congress, a little bit of the president, and then largely your state governments. It depends on the president. Actually, it varies president to president. Some of them are highly focused on foreign policy, and then some of them are highly focused on domestic policy. Without getting political on the current president, he's one of the first presidents we've had in a long time that wants to be an expert on both foreign policy and domestic policy, which is usually something that is avoided because you can't really spread your interest between both and be experts at both, because people have specialties. Some past presidents that have been really good in foreign policy, they focused on nearly solely on foreign policy, and they leave the rest up to other cabinet members. But right now, we're seeing one individual want to be an expert on everything, which, that's almost impossible. That's rarely ever existed. Yeah, it's something else, and I'd have to be honest with y'all. My honest assessment and evaluation, he's not exactly an expert on foreign policy. I'd say he's actually an amateur more so.
Yeah, and honestly, all the presidents are amateurs at foreign policy, but it's not an exact science. But most presidents will admit, they don't necessarily come out and say, "Oh, I was wrong." Like, they usually don't do that. Most people don't come out and admit fault, even though they should. But they'll at least sort of indicate that they should have taken a different approach, or maybe they could have dealt with it better in some way. But when you have someone who's like, "Take no prisoners, I'm always right" approach, and I will take no advice, that's not typically the mark of someone that is effective in foreign policy.
Man, I could name tons of people, man, that I'd say were experts in foreign policy for who they were. I mean, there's tons of them to name off. Let's see, Teddy Roosevelt. Like, Teddy Roosevelt actually did very well in foreign policy. Like, he was really one of the first. Let's see here, who else did well on foreign policy? Let me think here. Woodrow Wilson did pretty decent on foreign policy. He was the one who largely tried to create NATO before it was cool with the League of Nations, and then we didn't even join it. Let's see here. Who else? Let me think. I'm trying to think of some people before 1960, so that way we're not in our no politics rule. FDR was very good. Eisenhower was great. Let's see, who else? Truman was pretty good. I mean, he wasn't a favorite of most people, but he was pretty good at foreign policy. I mean, honestly, most of them actually were pretty decent at
That's
foreign
what I was about
policy.
to say, man. Honestly, I would say about 80% of presidents, like beyond our no politics rule, like from way back in the day, about 80% of them, if you compare them to the modern presidents, had it so much more right than the modern day presidents on foreign policy. I don't know what has happened. I don't know if I really can't explain it. Like, to be perfectly honest with you, why it's gotten progressively worse over time. I'm not sure if maybe we're losing touch with the original founding of the country and why we're here, or what, or maybe generation after generation is just getting more stupid. I don't know. It's just because I'm only familiar with the current generation, like with one-on-one experience. So I just don't know. It's a hard phenomenon to explain.
And also, I gotta be honest here. I see some people trying to say that and I think this is politically motivated. Sorry, I'm gonna have a put down here. Some people are saying that the last president was very good. Not really. Like, I would have to say, like, I'm gonna be honest here. Much like I'm saying that the current president isn't really supporting American interests, the last guy hardly would do a damn thing. Like, he was very slow to act. Like, in terms of Ukraine support, it was always a trickle. It was never enough when it was needed. It was always late to the party for the large part. And then with Iran, nothing happened. And then as far as Taiwan was concerned, joint swords were happening at a much higher pace than they ever have been before over the past few years by 2024. And we were doing practically nothing. Like, I would be honest with y'all, it would, like, the general framework was there to say that he largely was trying to work in American and Western interests around the world, but he didn't have any of the initiative to actually follow through on that. And there's a large deal with having to have the initiative and the aggressiveness when needed, and the passivity when also required to deal with foreign policy issues. And the last guy did not have the aggressiveness to deal with it. This guy currently just doesn't even have Western interest in mind, it seems, on a foreign scale. But the last guy hardly had the initiative at all to even think with his head to act when it was needed. Like I'll just be completely frank.
Honestly, though, like, it's not just one guy. Like, I know some people are like, oh, there goes the no politics rule. Honestly, my opinion is, over the past decade at least of foreign policy, it hasn't really been from a position of really intelligence, to be perfectly honest. I'm not saying I'm more intelligent than the presidents that have been there. I'm simply saying the decisions they made have not been exactly what you'd call genius, like, bold moves. They're moves that indicate like a lack of understanding of the way foreign politics works, or a lack of foresight into the long-term ramifications of what they're doing. They're simply looking very short-term at what's going to suit them best during their presidency, and they're not looking forward to, 20 years down the road where it's going to lead us. And I think presidents of the past, they looked long-term, because they were caring about how the country was going to be, 50 years from now. They weren't just looking at how the country was going to be a couple years from now. And I think that's a problem with the modern political environment. That's inspired by the way politics works these days. People want to win right now. They want instant gratification, and they're not worried about how it's going to be in a decade from now. And that's a big problem.
It really is a major problem. And I would have to be honest with y'all. I would say that the past 3 presidents, counting the current one as one, well, that's very hard to say because the current ones had 2 non-consecutive terms. So that counts as one. The last guy counts as one, and then the guy before both of them counts as the other. The last 3 presidents, in my opinion, in terms of foreign policy, have not done well. That would be my take. Like that's as neutral as I can make it. I don't think any of them have done well. There's many blunders that you can clearly see, and we can list them all off, but we're going to get back to the news and keep covering that. But I'll leave it up to y'all's imagination what I believe all of them blundered on for the large part, one after the other. But moving on from that and past the Pokrovsk run down to Veylka Novosilka, we were able to see the 110th Mechanized Brigade taking down some Russian drones over the area. What?
I saw someone in the chat. Someone said that's the problem with electing people with one foot in the grave. Honestly, you've got a point with that, because when you get to a certain point, I'm not trying to be grim here, because I know we have like older viewers in the audience. But when you get to a point where you're near the end of your life and you're thinking, okay, I've lived my life and stuff like that, I wonder, because I'm not old, I'm 24 years old. I wonder if at some point you start realizing, okay, my time's almost come. I've lived my life and things like that. And they start losing touch maybe with the reality and what the next generation is going to have to deal with, because they're like, okay, it's not going to be my problem. I'm on the way out. I'm just going to do what I want. I don't know. I haven't gotten old yet, so I don't know. But maybe that's just some people. I don't know. Y'all, somebody that's near that age, y'all let us know. Do y'all start like not caring about the way it's going to be or what? And I'm saying that sarcastically, by the way. It's just kind of like a joke.
But moving on from that into our next clip, we also get to see the Ukrainian Air Force hitting Russian positions once again around the Veylka Novosilka area. Oh, and a big thanks to Jeff for throwing in 1,799
Holy
Japanese
cow.
yen, I think that is.
Oh, a Japanese yen.
Let me check Japanese yen. And what is the currency symbol? I think that might be the wrong symbol, actually. I think that might be another currency. I'm fairly certain. Wait a minute, is that a rupee? Hold up, let me go look.
Is that a renminbi?
Oh, hell no, there's no
That's a rupee. That's 20 USD. That's a Indian rupee.
It is a rupee. Oh, man, I sound stupid because I said Japanese yen. Sorry about that, Jeff, but still, a huge thanks for the support. All the way from India. Pretty cool, actually. Moving on from that and down into the area around Rikit, we also got to see another Russian drone being shot down here. I see that they're about to take care of this thing. Taking care of business, I suppose. And that's the end of the clip right there, but very nice to see they were able to take it out, and it looks like good work for sure. Moving on from that and on up into Kyiv, let's see if we have a speech today from Zelenskyy. Let us see if we have it. And it appears that we actually have one. He is back and in business. So, without further ado, here is the speech. Peach!
Speech!
Здоров'я, шановні українці, українки. Сьогодні в Україні були доповіді військових про фронт, про Курську операцію. Наші хлопці тримають позиції. І завдяки цьому зберігаються позиції нашої держави. Сьогодні багато роботи було із новими замовленнями для нашої армії. І це наше внутрішнє виробництво. Ми пропрацьовуємо нові контракти. І політичний момент. Багато зустрічей, нарад сьогодні, командування армії, розвідка, міністри для підготовки до перемовин з представником президента Сполучених Штатів Америки. Генерал Келлог вже в Києві. Він вже зустрічався з главкомом Сирським, з нашими керівниками розвідок та спеціальних служб, також з керівником мого офісу. На завтра запланована наша зустріч з генералом Келлогом. І для нас дуже важливо, щоб зустріч і взагалі робота з Америкою була конструктивною. Разом з Америкою і Європою мир може бути надійніше. І це є нашою метою. Головне, щоб це було не тільки нашою метою, а спільною з партнерами. Тим більше напередодні вже третіх роковин початку цієї війни. Війни, яку ми в Україні хочемо закінчити від першої ж її секунди. Я впевнений, завершимо і надійним миром. І так, щоб Росія не змогла прийти в Україну ще раз, і щоб повернулись українці з російського полону, і щоб в Україні було майбутнє. Це нормальне бажання кожної нації. Говорив сьогодні з генсеком НАТО Рюте про те, що вже відбулось, і про те, що може відбутися найближчим часом. Вдячний за поради, підтримку і, звичайно, цінуємо все, що робить для нас генсек. Говорив з сенатором Лінсі Гремом, дуже конструктивною людиною. Дякую усім в Америці за двопартійну підтримку. Домовились працювати разом і надалі. Сьогодні ж я говорив з президентом Макроном. Еммануель поінформував мене про його нові контакти, нові домовленості з партнерами. Дуже важливо підготувати надійні гарантії безпеки. Це спільна робота партнерів, і ми дуже цінуємо активність кожного лідера. І ще, зараз досі тривають ремонтні роботи в Одесі після російського удару. Досі без електрики більше 80 тисяч людей. І стільки ж без тепла. Ми робимо все, щоб відновити нормальність. І це буде. Я вдячний усім, хто працює заради наших людей, нашої країни. І це важливо. І саме на це я завжди розраховую. І ми стоїмо міцно на ногах. Я розраховую на українську єдність, на нашу українську хоробрість, на наші відносини з партнерами, на нашу єдність Європи і на прагматизм Америки. Америки, якій потрібен успіх, так само, як і всім нам. Успіх об'єднує. Наша єдність – це те, що найкраще захищає наше майбутнє. Майбутнє не з Путіним, а з миром. І це для всіх у світі вибір. І для найсильніших бути з Путіним чи з миром. Варто вибрати мир. І дякую. Я Дякую всім за підтримку. Слава Україні!
And Slava. And with that, that is the end of the speech from President Volodymyr Zelenskyy here on day 1092 of the war, and that is going to be moving us on into the second segment of this stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. I've got to say that tonight's been one hell of a night, certainly one that I actually have to say I feel a lot better at the end of than at the start of, because we've been kind of having this deal in the background here, because we've been trying to figure out what direction to take the channel in. I got to be honest with y'all, I can't sit here and try and, you know, like play the hopscotch game or whatever, because that stresses the hell out of me trying to say things that I don't really like believe to be true or act like the situation is different. And I'm glad to see that a lot of people agree with the statements I made tonight, and it doesn't really appear that a lot of people had hurt feelings from it, because I mean, how the hell can you look at it any other way? I mean, you know, on the foreign policy perspective, not speaking about it on any other metric, just foreign policy, I don't really know how it could go any other way. So with that, I hope that they'll let y'all know my little in bits right there. But Matthew, I understand that we got loads and loads and loads of support tonight. Huge thanks to everyone who's supported the channel so far tonight. Y'all help us to say what we say on air, and also a big thanks to everyone who's watched so far. Because crazily enough, there was 9.6 thousand people here at the peak, and 52,000 people have watched so far. So really cool to know that so many people have been here tonight. I thank y'all for watching. Hope y'all enjoyed the analysis and the statements that we made, because it was a little bit of an interesting night. But still, with that, Matthew, what do we got?
Honestly, I would say it actually went fairly well, I would say. Obviously, there were some people that went berserk in the chat, but it actually went fairly well, so I'm glad to see that. And of course, we're going to remain, like we've been saying, we're going to remain non-political. We're simply talking about it in the geopolitics sense. So hopefully most people understand that. Most people, I believe in the chat, understand that we're simply saying what is needed to be said, basically to clear out the situation involving Ukraine and geopolitics. So it looks like most people understand that, and I was glad to see it. But anyways, we actually are fresh out of polls. We have no more polls to address, so we're jumping right back into our Super Chat segment. And our first one here goes to Andrew Barbro, who puts in a $50 donation. Thank you very much, Andrew, for that $50 support and helping to keep the channel running. And Andrew says, idiocracy unspoken is wisdom. Idiocracy spoken is lunacy.
I think that's idiocy, not idiocracy. I think Idiocracy was a movie.
Well, yeah, that's fine too.
Man, I was like Idiocracy. I was like, I think it might be idiocy. But beyond that, I do thank you for the massive support, Andrew Barbro, in helping this channel to keep on running all the way here from the great old US of A. And I would largely say that idiocy, that might be true. Perhaps I don't. Maddie, what is? I actually, for some reason, I don't know why it's not clicking. What does that mean?
Wait a minute. What does the phrase mean?
Yeah, what is the phrase? Like, what's the phrase supposed to be getting at? Because for some reason, I'm not able to like actually comprehend it at the moment.
Basically, know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away. You better count your I forgot the rest of it, but no, it means like literally this. Everybody has idiotic thoughts in their head, but if you know when to simply hold back on your idiotic thoughts, you know, that's wisdom. If you decide every single thought that I have in my head, even if it's a little bit fringe, I'm going to say it out loud and fully believe it, that's lunacy.
Matthew, you spoke that to me like I was a true idiot. An idiocrat, some might say, and I thank you for that, because now I get it. And Adam McLean said, Kenny, you gotta know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em. You know, that's a great song, actually, a pretty good one. But beyond that, I do have to say that, Andrew, you are correct on that. I'm going to pat myself on the back right there, because I'm just kidding. But beyond that, that is true. I would largely agree with that. You got to know when to not say goofy things, and there's certainly been a decent amount of goofy things said today. You know, because some of y'all may remember that yesterday I tried to say, I don't know, maybe that was a misstatement by the president. Maybe they'll be clarified tomorrow. And no, instead they doubled down today on the statement made yesterday, which was the complete opposite of what I was thinking would happen. Because I was telling y'all yesterday, I was like, and also that was on some advice that we ought to be as neutral as possible. And I was saying, well, you know, like, maybe that's a misstatement, you know, like, obviously no one with the right mind would ever think anything like that. Maybe it'll be clarified tomorrow. So then today, actually, I think that he's a terrible person, a dictator. And I'm like, well, okay, well, now that's just completely blowing out my idea out of the water that maybe it was a misstatement.
And isn't it terrible? Isn't it terrible? Because yesterday you said that to try to remain apolitical. to try to, ride the fence down the middle so that way we weren't taking a side. We just thought that was the way to do it. But at the same time, people misconstrued that to mean that we were somehow supporting the situation. We were simply saying that to, try to remain neutral. But it turns out that kind of backfired on us a bit because today the guy doubled down, which was something that honestly I was not expecting. He doubled down in a way that had me floored for like a solid hour. I was like, no way, this guy just called a democratically elected leader of an allied country a dictator and said that Putin was democratically elected. No way in hell he just said that, but he did. And I was in shock for about an hour, just sort of like sitting there thinking, interesting. I'm not really sure how to process that, but you got to accept it. It's just the way it is.
When I woke up today, with what was going on with the statements in foreign policy, I truly thought the circus had returned to town, because I've never seen anything that clown-like in statements before ever, to say that Zelenskyy is a dictator, yet somehow Putin has been the president of Russia since the year 2000. It's 25 years later, and somehow he still wins every single election with the vast majority of the vote. It's like 80% or more every time. It's like there's no way that happens in democracy. Like, hell, I can think of some long-lasting people in democracy that lasted for a long time, mind you, and they still eventually ended up becoming unpopular. Like, for example, this is maybe one of the best examples I can come up with, Margaret Thatcher, who is, by the way, a modern prime minister, so I'm not going to speak about them in, like, a praise or a condemnation kind of way. I'm just going to speak about their political history. They became the prime minister in the 70s, and it was one of the longest lasting prime ministers, lasting all the way until the early 90s. Like, that is a kind of political career that you would never see in the United Kingdom, very rarely. Most prime ministers don't survive long. If you ever look at how British politics works, I mean, hell, look at previously. I mean, hell, practically every single prime minister that's been there recently has been there and left in less than a year. And also someone asked, is she still living? No, she died, I think, back in 2012. It was a long time ago, but still, she was one of the most popular by running record prime ministers in the UK, and even by the end, people got sick and tired of her, and that's why she ended up losing her spot as prime minister in, I believe it was 1992, is because she actually got ousted because she ended up becoming unpopular. So if that could happen to her in 12 years, how the hell can Putin still be wildly popular by the vote in 25 years after he took office initially? No way in hell. There's just no way. Like, it just not happen in democracy. People will get tired of you in at least 10 years. Like, or maybe a little over 10 years. It's guarantee. So it's crazy to see that we're saying, oh, he really is diplomatic. He is actually, like, legally elected as the president of Russia. It's like, so I guess we're also saying at this point that Kim Jong-un is also elected as the president of North Korea, because they also hold elections, and he wins them by like a 102% margin. And I guess since they run elections, they have to be legal. So he's legally the president of North Korea. It's like, that's just crazy, to say. Like, it really is. Like to say something like that about the Russians, it's like, come on. They execute political rivals. They killed Navalny just like last year. It's like, that's insane. That's like saying,
what happened to people forgetting that, by the way? Like, they just literally, Navalny was the most outspoken critic of Putin ever. The guy was put into a Russian prison, and he ended up dead. Like, everybody expected him to end up. Everybody knew if this guy gets carted off to Russian prison like this, where he got carted off to, he's not making it out. And sure enough, the Russians proved everybody true. He didn't make it out. What is that, according to the current people that are in charge? That's just happenstance? Did the same thing happen to Otto Warmbier when he went to North Korea and he came out, a vegetable? It's like, was that just also happenstance too? It's weird that when you go into dictatorships, you get put into prison, you come out dead. It's kind of weird how that works.
It was a blood clot, Matthew. Obviously, everyone knows it. Navalny just happened to have a blood clot and die in Russian prison instead of outside of Russian prison for some reason. Who knows why? It's an enigma, I suppose. But then Lukashenko also has elections as well, as many of y'all know, and he continues to win them by like 80 and 90%. Ever since the 90s. Like, no one has led Belarus except for him. So we're expecting that he's supposed to have won every election fair and square for 30 years. I mean, you'd have to be freaking insane to say this kind of stuff. Like, you would have to be blind. And then Zelenskyy wins an election, and the Ukrainian constitution actually quite clearly states that you cannot hold elections during wartime. So they're currently at war. And I also like this, Matthew. They said, Zelenskyy has put Ukraine under a tyrant regime, declaring martial law and refusing to hold elections. It's like, well, I don't know. Maybe look at the exigent circumstances, if I said that correctly. They've been at freaking war and invaded for 3 years. What are they supposed to do? Not be under martial law? Martial law is declared in a time of war. That hence the martial side of the law. So they've been at war the whole time. So martial law is still on the books because the war hasn't ended. So technically, according to the Ukrainian constitution, they can't hold an election. So when are they supposed to? It's like the U.S. Constitution actually has a differentiation. We don't have any, I guess you could say, suspensions of elections under any circumstance in the United States. There's nothing in the Constitution that supports that. Elections have to be held every 4 years like clockwork. If they're not, there's something that's unconstitutional. So we have to hold elections even in wartime because that's what constitutionally is laid out in the Constitution. On the other hand, what's constitutionally laid out in Ukraine's constitution is that in war, you cannot hold an election. So it's a little bit stupid to make it sound like that's by choice because they would have to commit an unconstitutional act in Ukraine to hold an election to do it. And,
really, Enforcer, honestly, I've said this before and I stand by it. Me personally, I understand that Ukraine's at war and it's difficult to hold an election. I've said before, I think Ukraine should hold elections. But at the same time, though, while I was saying that, I didn't call Zelenskyy a dictator because he's not a dictator. Like you said, their constitution says they can't hold it. They could amend their constitution if they chose to, but that's up to them. That's a Ukrainian internal issue. That's not up for us or Putin to decide, especially not Putin. He's the one invading the country illegally. And the U.S. is suggesting, because Putin asked for elections in Ukraine, we're going to demand it, or otherwise we're going to start calling Zelenskyy a dictator, which is what Putin's been calling him for ages. Putin calls him illegitimate. That's a Russian propaganda line through and through. So, we've never resorted to calling Zelenskyy a dictator. He's simply following the law right now. As much as I disagree with it, it's the law in Ukraine. That's the way it is. So, and also remember this as well. The statements made today about Zelenskyy being a dictator purposefully omitted the fact that the Ukrainian constitution says they can't hold elections during the wartime of martial law. Purposefully omitted. That was never mentioned at one point. Nobody said a word about it. I'm sure that people are aware of that fact, but because they're made aware of all this stuff, but they chose not to say that, indicating they chose to smear them in a certain light on purpose, which is really honestly disgusting.
Man. Well, it's kind of like passing executive orders on cities when the federal government has no authority on the city level. It's kind of that sort of a deal. Something that might actually be happening there, Matty, I'm just going to say this because I think this is actually the case. He's not listening to any advisors, so he just thinks that that's actually the case. Because no one's telling him otherwise. Like it's highly plausible at this point. Because some of y'all may have heard about this. This is a thing that happened. I'm not going to speak about it on a domestic political deal, but I'm going to talk about it on a mechanical deal as far as the government works. The president passed an executive order today lifting congestion taxes in the city of New York. And just the problem with that on a mechanical level is that he has no authority to do that because the city of New York is under the control of the state of New York. And he can't pay, like the federal government and the state governments are completely separated. So he can't sit there and pass a executive order that is binding to the state of New York and specifically the city of New York to get rid of congestion taxes. That doesn't work. They'll most likely be challenged in a federal court and will be shot down because he just doesn't have the authority. And I have a feeling, to be entirely honest, Matthew, the reason why that even was done is because no advisors even said anything about it, or he didn't even ask any advisors about it. And he's from New York and he doesn't like that, so he just signed an executive order to get rid of it, and he doesn't even know that the president doesn't have the authority to do something like that on a city level, or much less exercise authority over the state of New York.
Well, you see, this is just on a factual level. The presidents have attorney advisors. I forgot the exact name of what they're called, but they have attorneys on their staff that are advisors. And the president can ask those advisors, what's the legality of the situation? Do I have the legal right to do this? And they're at the president's disposal all the time. So if people are concerned about the legality of their executive orders, all they have to do is simply ask their staff, is this legal? They'll write up a legal opinion about it and let them know whether or not that's permissible under the law. That's standard. Every president's had access to that pretty much since the beginning of the country, except for like maybe the first few. So, I'm trying not to get political here, but if a president's concerned with legalities, they have ways to find out if it's legal before they do it. So if they're doing something that seems to be not legal, then that means they probably did it intentionally.
But still, like, to be honest with y'all, there's going to be no lifting of the congestion taxes in the city of New York unless the city of New York changes that or the state of New York changes that, because there's no way in hell for the president to have authority in that kind of a deal. And that's something that I think a lot of people need to know, is that there's a clear separation in between the state and the federal government. This isn't Russia. And this isn't where you can go and dictate something to the Kursk Oblast from the office of the president of the Russian Federation, and Kursk has to jump, skip, and dance. The state, a state government can tell the president to shove it, like in any instance with any president, and that's just what it is. But given this, and the whole reason I'm explaining this is because given what happened today with what was done with that, I have a feeling that he doesn't know a damn thing about what's going on in Ukraine, because he's probably just reading tweets and he's not listening to advisors, I would assume, because that's the only way that you can come up with these harebrained kind of assertions or assessments, is that you're just completely uninformed and are working off of minimal information, and you're running things off of that. You know, kind of interesting. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well, at least on my analysis standpoint, because I just don't know. I don't know how the hell you can say that the guy is not democratically, like, the guy's a dictator when he's actually following the letter of the law. I've already said that here before on the channel before. I said I don't like that, but it's their law, so, you know, it is what it is, but I don't really like that that's a constitutional stipulation in Ukraine. I've said that before, but to go from that and then say that he's a dictator because he's following the law or the Constitution of Ukraine, that's a little wild. You know, that's not just wild, that's just completely misinformed. But anyways, with that, I hope that kind of puts that out there. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to John Bartley, who puts in a 20 as well. And huge shout out to John for being a longtime channel legend and supporting the channel once again. And he said, agree.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support and helping the channel to keep on running. And I gotta say, wildly enough, we haven't really gotten a lot of pushback on this tonight. Now, I have seen
We have. I just been going ham in the live chat.
Oh, I haven't seen much of it, really. Like, I haven't seen a lot of it. I've seen some people, but, you know, they either got banned really quick, or I already knew which which direction they leaned in, so once they started doing that, I was like, yep, that's expected. Like,
you want
that.
An estimate?
Yeah, sure.
Let's see what the chat thinks. Now, also, by the way, I haven't been banning people for simply disagreeing. If you disagree with something, I generally have let it stay, unless it's like something that has, like, you know, wild cursing in it or something like that. But overall, the amount of people that's gone berserko crazy tonight over what we've been saying, it's been somewhere in the hundreds. All that, to be perfectly honest, it's been hundreds of people out of the chat that got, you know, booted tonight because they went berserko. So yeah, it's quite a few actually. So yeah, honestly though, here's my position. If people are that vehement and that vile about someone else saying their opinion, even if it is something they disagree with, then they honestly don't belong in the chat. I mean, that's the perfectly honest thing. That's been our position the whole time, but tonight specifically, it brought them out a lot because we got deeper into it than we usually do tonight. So it's been quite a bit.
And I'd have to say also, someone said, I don't know, I saw a comment immediately disappear after he said, you guys are getting too political. That's because, really quickly to explain this, I'm the one who makes the rules. Like, that sounds kind of a little messed up, but I'm the one who makes the rules, so I'm the one who interprets the rule that I made. Like, no one in the chat's going to be running a string on me or pulling my strings and telling me what I can and can't say. Because you know something, at the end of the day, Connor, I'm here every damn day, running this thing in the background. Y'all don't even see most of the stuff that goes on to keep this thing running on air. But for 3 hours, I'm on air. For the rest of the day, I'm running this thing off air. So when I lay out a rule, the rule's interpreted by me. It's not to be interpreted by a viewer. Like, it's great to have people here. It's great to know that people like that we don't have a stance on domestic politics. But when it comes to my assessments on foreign policy and whether something is good for the United States or not, it's not the right of any person who just comes in to watch the show to tell me what I can and can't say. Like, that's something that I want to make sure is made clear from here on forward. Like, I thank people for their opinions, and I'm more than happy to hear if people agree or disagree with me. But for someone to start acting like they're going to tell me what my own rule is and isn't, that's a little bit asinine right there. Like, because for one, they didn't make the rule, and two, they're not working 70 hours a week to keep the channel running. So That's why that's why stuff like that gets booted, because it's not just that alone. Usually there was a comment that preceded that, like, you need to stop what you're doing. You're getting political. And it's like, first I'll tell you how I view that. Who the hell is this person to tell me what I'm doing when I'm the one running the show and I'm the one putting in all the work to get this news put together, to then come on air and then talk about it and then give analysis? Like I don't know who that person is, but they're not going to be running the show on my behalf. That's just how I view it. Like, to just be entirely frank with that. So I hope that kind of gives an answer to why those things happen like that. But like, another thing is that we've been having to try and figure out how to navigate this over the past few days. And so we've been talking in the background, and you know, what the statements I made tonight are my true opinions and beliefs on the foreign policy perspective. Not speaking at all about domestic politics, because that actually does break the no politics rule. But on foreign policy, there has to be analysis on what's good and what's not. We did it on the last president, so that's like we can't talk at all about the current president and their foreign policy prerogatives would be absolutely insane. That would be goofy, really, because on the last one, there was a million criticisms. And what's funny, and I'll say this, like, I'll actually be honest on this. When I gave criticisms on the last president, no one butted them. I give criticisms on this one, and then some people want to act like this guy is God and walks on water, and we can't even give criticisms to any of his foreign policy prerogatives because he has a name that looks good in gold. Like, that's just stupid to me. Like, that is really dumb. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it was Jesus himself who was president of the United States. If the national prerogatives were not being ensured as I'm seeing it as beneficial to the national interest, I'm going to be criticizing them on the foreign policy level because it's not working in America's interest. Like, for example, when the last president, I was about to say his name right there, when the last president wouldn't bomb Iran when we had clear evidence and proof that they were creating a weapon of mass destruction, I criticized the hell out of that guy on air. I said that he's weak, that he looks indecisive, he's making the entire Middle East incredibly scared because it doesn't look like America's there. When Assad fell and the United States was completely inactive in Syria, I said we need to be getting in there right now. We need to stop the Israelis from bombing them, and we need to make sure that we pull them into the Western sphere as quickly as possible, and to alter the situation or mess with it to wherever that happens. I said that clearly and criticized the last president for not doing that. When the Chinese balloon flew over the whole damn country without being shot down, I criticized the last president for that. I've criticized the last president on foreign policy and national security issues plenty. A lot. And then I do it on the current one, and then people want to act like I can't touch him. He walks on water. And I don't touch any of them on the domestic political thing. They can do whatever the hell they want on the domestic political side of things that actually pertains to the internal domestic dealings of this country. I'm not touching that because that is a domestic political issue. But when it comes to foreign policy, and when it comes to those presidents, or any president for that matter, doing something that doesn't look like it's inherently within the interests of protecting American and Western interests abroad, I don't care who it is. It's just, it is what it is. And that's something that some people are not getting. Like, I'll be entirely honest, I'm not into cult worshiping, and whenever I criticize the last president or this president, you find out who the cult worshipers are in the chat, because they worship these people like they can't do anything wrong. And there were some people on the last president, but I'll be honest with y'all, on this current president, I've never seen cult worshiping like it before, at least on the last president. I don't really think a lot of people care for the last guy. Some people care for the current guy, but when I say something like, this doesn't really look good for American interests, then people want to go, oh, and go off on me. And like, at the end of the day, it's not in America's interest. Like, I've explained it very clear, and if you don't like that to the point you got to cuss us out, or now act like we're an enemy, your sworn enemy, like you're going to go pick up a sword and come storm the castle and slit our throats, then go at it, but it's not going to be in the chat. We're going to ban them. So I hope that puts that out there.
And also, I would even take it a step further, to be honest with you. Even though, and I'm just going to say that I'm not saying I support anybody, to be straight up honest with you. And if y'all want the honest truth, I don't get into political sides. I don't. Like, in my personal life, I don't. And that's, honestly, it aligns with the channel. It just happens to be, but that's my personal belief. I don't get into political sides anymore. I used to, but I don't anymore. But I don't hate any politician, because at the end of the day, even if they're crooked, they're still people. I don't wish harm on any politician. And I think that even though we can say, I think that was a really stupid decision, like, for example, the statements made on Ukraine today, I don't wish anything bad on the individual just because I'm disagreeing with them. That's what our elections are for. If you don't like that person, get them out of there, when there's an election next time. And that's as simple as it gets. And in America, majority rules. And sometimes the majority is wrong. That's the way it works. So we can correct the mistake when a next election comes up, and that's the end of it. So, that's the way I view it. In the meantime, we might do some soul searching, to say the least, but you can fix it in 4 years. So it's just up to the people. You vote the way you want. It's your vote, and it's that simple. You don't have to start going off the deep end and losing your crap over it. You can just simply wait until it's your turn again.
That's how it's supposed to work. And also, that's another thing. Like, here's something I want to say to all the people who just keep digging to try and get us into domestic politics. What I say will not matter. You know why? If I like the current president, he's still going to be the president for the next 4 years. If I don't like him, he's still the president for the next 4 years. Does not matter what I say. So y'all can have your opinions on domestic politics. Not anything to air out here at all. But please have them, because it's your democratic right to have those, and you have freedom of expression and speech in this country. So, create your own opinions. Be smart about it, though, please. Don't go to TikTok or Twitter for your political opinions. Go read stuff. Like, actually go read real documents, or bills that these people are passing, or acts. Go read those. Like, actually formulate a good opinion. And then when the next elections come around, go vote for who you want to vote for. Like, one thing I will say, like, I'm going to say this right here, because I see a lot of people saying that what the current president doing is treason. It's not, crazily enough. What he is doing is actually constitutionally protected. As the president, he can make treaties and create foreign relations or end them. That's actually something that is an enumerated power of the president under Article 2 of the Constitution of the United States. It's actually something he can do. But that doesn't mean that it's not stupid. Like, that's one thing that I will say. Not treason, but it is stupid. And so, if you don't like that, and foreign policy is what matters to you the most, think about that. And when the next 4 years comes, well, he can't run again, so it's going to be someone else. But if you see someone else that that carries some foreign policy ideas that he had, and you thought that was detrimental to the nation's interest, go vote for the other person. That's how it works. But in the meantime, you don't have to talk about it every day and make it your life and existence, because the fact of the matter is that the people who are there in the government right now, they're set in stone at this point for a good long while, for the next 4 years. So whether you like them or hate them, they're going to be there, and they were elected by the people, so they are the elected representatives of the country. But at the same time, on the foreign policy level, which we are talking about, that doesn't mean that everything they do is gold, and there is a lot of things that they do that are stupid. Current one included in that.
And remember, people, the majority is correct, well, let me take that back. The majority is not always correct in the country, but the majority rules. But nonetheless, if the majority is wrong, we are all going to suffer. So that's the con to the way the system works, or the downside to it. The people that I'm not saying they chose wrong or right. We'll find out at the end of 4 years. But however it ends up, we'll all be suffering together. So if we can't afford to eat, we'll all be not eating together, pretty much, unless you're in the top 1% or something like that. Or if we all decide we're going to have wealth together and it all turns out fine, we'll all be sharing the wealth. That's just the way it works. So we'll see.
And people are saying all kinds of things. I said something, and now people are saying stuff about that. I'm fairly certain. Oh, well, I'm not going to get into that one. We'll avoid that one, because that might be a domestic political thing. But I hope I've said my piece on everything else. So with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat here goes to Corsair F4U. And thank you very much, Corsair, for that $50 support, and we appreciate it very much. And Corsair says, LSA and the enforcers know their stuff. And thank you, Corsair. They said that's for the pizza and best news and community on the net. Take one from the chat.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Corsair. And thank you so much for saying some very kind words and throwing in your 10th super chat ever. And also, thank you so much for the pizza fund. I'm actually getting a little hungry right now. I'm feeling quite hungry. So I'm hopefully going to be able to go and eat after the show. But still, thank you so much for enjoying our analysis and our news coverage. We try our best on it. And thank you so much for that. It really does mean a lot that folks really do back us up and support us no matter what. And I'm glad to know that we'll be able to continue the channel as we have been and not have to step on eggshells about analysis. Because there was one person tonight who's been around, and I've seen them say, you know who I'm talking about, Matthew, is that misguided child, if you know what I mean. I think I got that person. I did get that person personally, but that person has made political statements for the past 3-4 weeks, a month really, and I keep on seeing them in the chat. And so tonight, when I go on my analysis of foreign policy, that guy wants to start cussing me out, and I'm like, I knew it was coming. I was like, I knew it, because as soon as I was going to say anything against let me explain how it works with political people. This isn't just at the current president's supporters. This is really at the last president's supporters as well, or any supporters of any president. When you say that they're not perfect people, their supporters act like you just shot God, and killed him. It's crazy how they act. They will go crazy and feral on you over a statement like that. It's insane. It is just crazy to me. Because something that's crazy, something that just blows me away. The current president, if you were in front of him and said, "Oh, I'm your supporter. I love you," and there was a puddle in his way and he was going to get his pant legs wet if he walked through that puddle, he would shove you down face first in that puddle and stomp right over you to the other side and not give a damn. And the last president would have done that too. Because at the end of the day, great that you support him. Thank you for the vote. They don't even know who the hell you are. They don't know you from Adam and Eve. So why the hell do they they don't care about you? They don't care about you as a personal individual. So why the hell are people out here acting like if they stand up for the president, they're going to get recognized and get a knighthood? It's not going to happen.
That the way that we're viewed as the civilians by the people, and I'm not trying to bash, I'm not one of these people who's like, oh, I can't stand all the people who have been president and stuff like that. No, not at all. But when you're on a position like that and you have that many people following you that like you or hate you, 50% of the country likes you, 50% of the country hates you. Their general mentality is they look out the window of the beast, the presidential limo, and they say, oh, look at them waving. That's so cute. Look at those people waving. That's so cute. It's not really you as a person. It's just you, the people, because there's too many people. Yeah, there's too many people to address. You can't address people individually. We almost deal with that problem here on the channel. We know a lot of you on an individual basis that are in here in the live chat on a regular basis, but we don't know the vast majority of the audience because there's literally at least 60,000 people plus that watch nightly. It's just impossible for us to know all 60,000 people. As much as we would like to know every single one of you, it's impossible to know every single one of you. And that's just the way it is. It's and the presidents have that even worse. There's 300 million plus people that they do not know. So they can't know you on an individual basis. So when people go to bat for the president, personally, it's you're putting your personal reputation on the line for someone that doesn't even know you. It's you got to keep that in mind.
Man, they act like they got some on the line. If someone disgraces the president, they're going to be put to death swiftly tomorrow. Look, it's not that big of a deal. If someone doesn't like your guy, they just don't like him. Just leave it at what it is. Or if they like him, leave it for what it is. You don't have to go to bat for the guy. He doesn't even know you. He doesn't even care about you either. It's if you like him and want to vote for him, great. But I don't know what people are out here getting so heated, they actually know these people, and it's they're fighting for their honor. It's just goofy to me. I'll tell you this. I have my political opinions on the domestic level. I know, shocker to everyone, because I don't talk about them on air. And I have my own opinions in the background, and I do go vote and do all that sort of a business. But at the same time, if someone talks shit about the guy I voted for, I don't care. Because I don't personally know the guy either. I don't. So if you talk crap about him, who cares? It's not like you're offending me personally. That's just some guy. He's detached from us in the White House or wherever, or in Congress. So I don't really care. If you don't like him, you don't like him. If you like him, you do. It is what it is. And also, Mr. Potato said, people treat politics like the worst combo of sports and something else. One thing they used to tell people, in polite company, you don't talk about religion and politics. They used to tell people that back in the day, and people used to follow that to the T. I remember when I was a kid, which wasn't that long ago, mind you, that people actually followed that to the letter. People wouldn't talk about religion or politics unless they were with close friends or family. And now everyone acts like it's their business to tell random strangers what they think about religion and politics. It is one of probably the most divisive things in the country at this point. And the reason why they had that rule back then is because everyone knew it was as divisive and angering back then as it is now. It's just that people nowadays that are in those kinds of deals or interested in them don't have enough damn sense to shut up about it every once in a while and just get about their daily lives and have some kind of a hobby. Go out and touch grass. Go shoot a gun at the range. college, go and get into model trains or something, you know, like go watch birds, something, you know, your whole life doesn't have to revolve around these people who don't even know who the hell you are. You know what I mean? Like if I was the president, I personally, honestly would tell y'all, if someone went up to y'all's face and y'all loved me and said, I think the enforcer sucks as the president, I would honestly hope that y'all didn't go to bat for me. Like really, like, because I would hope y'all just say, well, you know, some people, you know, they can't be happy, they can't be pleased, you know, oh well, you know, because that's really how you ought to be. Like, because I think that's how everyone ought to be with every kind of a single president out there. Like, it's just kind of is what it is. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that. Also, another thing, I just saw someone say they liked the rant. That's also another thing why I just can't get it with other YouTubers that are in this category. They go to bat for these people like they know them personally. And I'm like, oh my God, like, it's like, look, just because you're a YouTuber, because we're YouTubers as well, just because we're YouTubers and maybe they come across our channel doesn't mean that they give a damn about you anyways either. Like, if they do, then you're just a useful idiot to them, because then they can use you to try and prop up their own public image, probably at the expense of your own. I mean, the hot dog man's the greatest example of that. I mean, hell, he committed YouTube death by seppuku, supporting his political people. It's like, why in the hell do that? It's like, I'm not going to do that for some random stranger.
Well, I can tell you why they do it. Same as the mainstream media does it. They've decided it's better to take a political side here and capture that audience, that 50% of America that believes that particular ideology, than to try to appeal to all of them. Now, because when you try to appeal to all, it's nearly impossible to please them all. But if you pick a niche, you can actually tailor your stuff to them, and that's what these political channels do. And also that's why we get so much flack, honestly, because we're really not jumping into one like political camp or another. We still haven't done that even tonight. We're simply talking about it on a geopolitical level, and that's it. And most people, I'm very glad to see their audience is understanding of this. Most channels, I'll be honest, die when they reach this point. Like, if you reach this point, you're trying to like take a neutral path, not neutral on everything, but neutral on politics. Usually that's it. But I'm glad to see it's not the case in our situation, because it looks like most people understand where we're coming from.
Yeah, like I would agree with that, and it's really crazy that we have such a well-balanced audience, because I'll be honest with y'all, the backlash we got tonight, from what I could see, wasn't that big. Matthew apparently saw that there was like an open revolt, but beyond that though, most of y'all are incredibly well-minded and well-balanced mentally. Like, and I gotta say that's really, like, that sounds like it might be something that's like, well, duh, but most people aren't like that. Like, most people don't look at things in a balanced, well thought out perspective these days. This is actually an enigma to have a channel full of people like this. Like, that's actually rare. And I got to thank all of y'all for being like that. I don't know how y'all found the channel. I don't know how we found y'all. But nevertheless, I'm very happy and very blessed to have a community like that. Because we could have had a community of just raucous, ravenous people who would just had to be in the political gutter every day. And I'm just happy that it's not like that. But still, let's see here. Also see, man, why are y'all talking about food? Y'all are making me hungry. I just saw someone bring up KFC. I was like, dang, I am hungry. I was like, KFC would be kind of good right now. But anyways, with that, we do have to get to some more questions. And also, that's another thing, ends the call. Before we move on, someone else brought up a good point. Sadly, most act on emotions. Good Lord, that is more true now than ever. No one has ever been told these days to just reel in their emotions and think about things pragmatically or logically. No one's ever been told that. Everyone works on emotions. And I just find it so stupid, because both sides sit there and go, oh, look at the other. They're snowflakes. They only work on emotions. We work on logic. And then they also work on emotions. It's like, come on, let's be real.
Everybody works on emotions. Yeah. Just like be real. Like, even we do from time to time. Like for example, tonight, we both got fired up about the statements being made. That is working on emotions. Yes, we add some logic into it, but at the end of the day, everybody's a human. It's like, what are you, Spock? It's like, what are you, like a Vulcan off of Star Trek? You don't have any emotions? It's like, obviously you have emotions, and there's no one side that has it all right. It's never worked that way. And that's what's insane about the modern political environment today is, oh, my side has it all right. It's like, no, you don't. It's like every side's got good points, some more than others, but it's like not everybody's 100% right all the time. It doesn't work like that.
I gotta say, man, like, it really is, it's just crazy to me, because both sides will go, oh, we don't speak about emotion. We're not like cult worshippers. That's what one side says about the other. We're not cult worshippers like them. And then the others will go, well, we're not snowflakes like those people. And they just don't realize it, but the criticisms that are being levied against both are true. Like, they're all super emotional and just propelled by emotion alone. Like if you ask any of them about the policies that either party has, like speaking on the domestic level at this point, if you ask them about the policies and how they were going to directly affect them as a person, most of them don't even have a clue. Like, no one does. Like, on either side, they're just voting to vote. Like, as Winston Churchill put it, the best argument against democracy is a 5-minute discussion with the average voter. And it is very true for the most part, because I would say that at least 70 to 80% of both sides have no damn clue why they're even voting for them. Because you asked them, so, like, for example, let's say in New York State, let's come up with a hypothetical scenario here. So you're voting for so-and-so, and you work in the coal well, let's do it in West Virginia. This will make more sense geographically. So you're voting for so-and-so, and you work in the coal industry, yes? Yeah. And you know that he actually supports giving out, funding in hundreds of millions of dollars to mining companies so that way they can start to mechanize and start to lay off workforces, right? No, I don't. You're lying, you bastard. You son of and they'll start standing up for the guy. Although one of their policies might actually directly screw them over, and they wouldn't even know it. They wouldn't even know it. And if you tell them, they're going to get angry because then you're telling them that their guy might not be the guy for them. And it's, oh Lord, it's just crazy. It's just so crazy. But anyways, I hope that does.
Also one thing I will tell y'all. Generally, here's the way I operate. I have friends from both sides of the political aisle. I've always had friends that are, I'll just say it because it's not political. I've had friends that are liberals. I've had friends that are Republicans. I still have friends that are liberals and Republicans. And we will discuss politics on a regular basis, actually. I discuss politics with all of them. And I hear some things from one side that makes sense. I hear things from the other side that makes sense. And after I hear all these opinions combined, it convinces me. I'm like, okay, there's no side that's like perfectly got it straightened out. Like there never has been. And that's one thing I don't understand about people today is they want to get on one side and stay there permanently. It's like, why? It's like, why stay there permanently? For one thing, you're giving away your power to actually sway the election by saying, I'm going to vote with a party line. That's not good because that erodes your right to vote in your democracy. Because if they know they've got your vote in the bag, they're not going to fight and work for your vote. It's that simple. So, I mean, that's just me. I don't know how many people these days have like friends from both sides of the aisle. That seems to be something extremely uncommon these days because people seem to be shocked when I don't really like take a one side or another on it. They're like, that's weird. Like Matt really doesn't like necessarily combat my ideas, even though he might think a certain way and another way, which is something that's kind of unusual. So I don't know. Like it seems unusual these days, but that's the way I like to approach it.
Man, I largely avoid politics for the most part with everyone, like, to be entirely honest, because it's like, I have my opinions, they're mine. Like, it's like, I'm not really open to, to be honest with everyone, I'm not really open to debate on my domestic political opinions, so why even have a conversation? Because at that point, you're just trying to argue to win, so it's like, I'm not really, I'm not looking to win, so, I just have my opinions and they are what they are, and I leave it at that. But one thing I will say is that I do hear out people's political opinions from time to time. And one thing I always note, like, this is something that just makes it hard for me to really get, like, hardcore behind either side. Like, to be honest with y'all, I'm more of a middle-of-the-road person. I can flip one way or the other depending on what I hear and if it's good or not. But, with what I hear a lot of the times, it's always hypocrisy. Like, one thing I always find that is so hypocritical of both sides is life is sacred until it isn't. Like, both sides say life is sacred, but they literally say it in the complete opposite directions than the other. Like, when someone robs your home, one side will say, blast them. The other side says, no, you can't touch them. They're sacred. But then if you go into another metric, then life is just sacred. You can blow away a burglar like with a 44 Magnum if you want to, totally justified according to one side, but you can't touch another kind of a life at all because it's truly sacred and all life is precious. And then the other side goes, you can't touch a burglar, but then you can wipe out this other life because it doesn't even really have any meaning yet. And it's like when you look at that, it's like the hypocrisy is just evident. It's like either you believe that lives have value or you don't. It doesn't really change because they're older or younger or, different. It's either just sacred or it isn't. So which one is it? And then neither side has a clear answer to that. It really just depends on the case-to-case basis. And then it makes it seem like there isn't really a actual philosophical or moral standing to it. It just seems like they picked whatever the hell they thought would get them the votes. And it's like, well, then at this point, it's like, what are we actually voting for? It's like, are we voting for like some sort of a philosophical or governmental theory, or are we just voting on whatever the hell it doesn't make any sense? Because neither of them make sense on that one level, or on any other level for that matter. Like, there's a million things. We're not going to go into all of them, but I hope that
Could you imagine if people like imagine now the group of moderates in the country has shrunk drastically in the last like 10, 15 years. It's shrunk down to hardly anything, and that's the group that the politicians have to fight tooth and nail to win the election. That's what the politicians fight for. Imagine if that group grew and doubled or tripled in size. Let's say it grew to like 30% moderates in the country. I think you would see such massive change in the way that our elections are had in the United States. It would be breathtaking how that would change the whole situation. If just 30% of the people in the country would become moderates again and stop voting just based on party lines and things like that, it would change a lot. People should wake up and then realize we need to actually study what these people are actually advocating before we just vote for them. And we also need to see where their money's coming from as well, because that will dictate their actual decisions once they get to the office versus what they're saying out of their mouths when they're campaigning. And that's one thing people don't always get, is wherever their donations are coming from, I guarantee you that's the way they're going to vote, or that's the way they're going to act when they get into office. And a lot of people don't understand that. You got to follow the money. But right now, the moderate group is still shrinking, which is not good. That's not good for democracy, and it's also not good for people's rights either. So, until people realize that, and I think they might realize it maybe in the future, hopefully, things will change somewhat.
Okay, also, someone said this, had me until y'all started on the something lecture. Okay, let me go back to it and explain it this way. So you have your opinion on that, right? I'm not here to say which one's right or wrong, okay? That's a domestic political thing. That's up to you. Okay, so I'm going... let's do it. Who cares? Who cares what your opinion is on it? But let's say that it's one or the other. You're either for that or you're against it. So if I was to go off of the current party lines right now with the current ideologies they have, let's say, okay, hang on. You know what? I'm going to say it because it's still going to make the same point at the end of the day, and I don't really know how anyone could be offended. So I'm going to just say it. So what you're talking about is abortion. So let's say that you're either for that or against that, right? And then let's go off of the party ideology beyond that. So if you're for abortion, life...
I wouldn't get into that.
No. It'll all make sense in the end. It'll come out fine. So if you're for abortion, life is, it doesn't really have that much value at that point. But... then in the future, if someone burglarizes a house, then for some reason that life has value for some reason. Then on the other side, if you're against it, all life is sacred, but then when a burglar gets in your house, you can blow them away. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, it's like either your life is sacred across the board, so you can't blast away the burglar and you can't, have abortions, or it just isn't, and then you can blast away burglars and have abortions. It's like that's how it should work if you had like a common philosophy across the board on whether life was sacred or not, but there isn't one because they just picked whatever the hell would get the votes. Like, there is no underlying philosophy to any of it. And I'm not saying which one's right or wrong. I'm just saying what both sides would say on that kind of a deal. And it isn't even consistent. Like, I'm not saying one's right or wrong. I'm just saying that both sides aren't even consistent on whether life really is sacred or not. And it really just depends on what life and what circumstance you're talking about at that point. And that just... it doesn't make any sense. Like, it may, like, look, someone tell me, like, I'm not even talking about whether those things are right or wrong. Someone tell me how that differentiates to make sense. It just doesn't work. But anyway, so that, we are on to the next one.
Oh, goodness. But anyways, moving on to our next super chat here. This one goes to Matthew Rod. And thank you very much, Matthew Rod, for that $100 donation. And we appreciate it very much. And that is one of the largest super chats of the night. And we appreciate that, Matthew Rod. And he said, thanks for staying in the fight, buddy pals. And we got this. Crap, man.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And we got this, Matthew. And I got to thank you so much once again for the support. Not Matthew, the co-host, but Matthew Rod. And and we got this. And I got to thank you so much once again, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing rolling and make this thing possible. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one. And also, I see some people have different ideas. Look, folks. Some people are starting to come in and start talking about the specific thing I brought up. It's not to say whether it's right or wrong. That's not at all the point. The point is to take the baseline statements that both sides make about that and then contrast it with their opinions about other situations where the same question of whether life is valuable or not comes up, and then the answer is completely different on those situations. Like people misinterpreted that, had a feeling that might happen, but a lot of people got it. What I was trying to say, I'm not trying to tell y'all whether that's right or wrong. I'm not at all weighing in on that whatsoever. What I'm saying, though, is that there is an opinion, whether that is right or not, generally across the board, and then your opinion completely changes given a different situation, like a burglar getting into someone's house. One side would say totally fine to blast them, their life is worthless, and then another side would say you can't touch them at all. Like, if anything, they need to be treated with like feather gloves, and it just doesn't make any sense because it's either all valuable or it's not. So what is it? Like, I'm not saying which one's right or wrong or anything in between, but there has to be some kind of an underlying philosophy there to all of that. And it just doesn't make any sense. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving on here to our next super chat. This one goes to Whisk, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Whisk, as well, for the support. And he said, thank you for speaking up on this, and take this 20. You deserve it. It's long overdue from me. And I've been watching you since close to the start of the war with a different account and social engineering issues from chatting.
And I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep it running. And I got to thank you so much once again for that massive support and the kind words. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Vandenberg Tersi, who puts in a 20 as well. And huge shout out to Vandenberg for that support. And thank you very much for helping to get the channel running. And said that you, to the point, represent what we need right now in the EU. I honestly don't know what to tell you about the EU at this point, because right now the EU's the only thing standing in between Russia and Ukraine at this point. So I'm not going to tell y'all exactly what y'all need at this point. I can tell you what we need, but I can't tell y'all what y'all need. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I thank you so much for the support, Wojtek. I think that's how I pronounce your name, because it is Czech, it appears. And also you threw in Czech kroner, which is pretty cool. Well, is it actually a Czech kroner? Let me check. Wait, Czech Republic currency. It's a koruna. I was close. It was almost a krona. But I do thank you so much for the support and throwing in some support all the way from the Czech Republic. I think the Czech Republic is incredibly cool. And unfortunately, I don't really know how to pronounce the modern name, so I just keep calling it the Czech Republic. But nevertheless, I thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And the future of the EU, I hate to say this because I would really like this to not be the case, but given the circumstances and also given the fact that Macron's at the helm of France, I have a feeling that the EU is going to be splitting from the United States here within the next 4 years. I hate that. Like, to be entirely honest with y'all, I'd much rather see that we all remained allies within the same megasphere, but y'all are probably going to be going your own way. Largely, Europe will be fine no matter what direction they go in, because if they split from the United States, the Chinese are going to be right there at the doorstep wanting to trade with them. So economically, the Europeans will be fine. So y'all will be good. Generally, almost nothing will change for y'all. On the other hand, things are going to start changing for the United States, and not necessarily in a great way, because while China would be more than apt to trade, because trade is power, the United States doesn't really seem that apt to trade. So, you know, that most likely will be the direction that we'll be heading in. So, with that, I hope that addresses that somewhat well. I do thank you so much for the support. But as far as your life is going in the Czech Republic, you'll probably be fine. You'll probably not even really notice that much of a change in your quality of life. It probably will stay the same or get slightly better, but it won't be that much of a difference. But nevertheless, thank you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to M4SL, who puts in the 20. And thank you very much, M4SL, for the support. They said, Speech, I like your courage. And WWZD, what would Zelenskyy do?
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you so much for enjoying our statements now. It looks like actually a lot of people did, crazily enough. I mean, that's actually wild to me to know that a lot of people actually did like a lot of the statements that were made tonight, because I was actually expecting a lot more backlash. Crazily enough, just to let you all know this, this is something that's blown me away. Generally, we either keep subscribers every stream we run, or we lose a small amount of subscribers every day, like 10 or 12, when we don't make a short war video. Today is one of the few days I've actually seen that we gain subscribers from a stream. Like, we've gained about 40 or so. So that's actually crazy to me. I've never seen that before, at least over months, to be entirely honest with y'all. So that was actually wild. I got to thank everyone for enjoying what we said tonight, our analysis and the news, because I actually expected that to go a different way. and we were really discussing that a lot before the stream, and we generally had a plan. We were going to try and remain neutral, but the thing is, that stressed the hell out of me at the beginning of the show. Y'all probably noted I was having like no analysis or input. I was just like blasting through the news. I was so stressed out because that's not really what I was thinking. Like, I just threw out tonight what I was really thinking, and honestly I feel a lot better about that, because I can't go around acting and saying things that I don't really believe, because that's not at all what the channel was founded on. Like, I didn't go around just talking out of my ass for the first 3 years of the channel to then go to talking out of my ass when things are not really going in America and the West's interest at this point. But still,
I think this might have been one of the most challenging periods in channel history, actually. I'll be straight up honest with you. I think the political upheaval as a result of everything that's happened in recent weeks, I'm actually over a month now, has probably led the channel to one of the most tumultuous times it's ever faced. I think, at least in my opinion, I would say, because it's been very challenging to figure out how to approach this, because we're not trying to take a political approach to it, because we don't do that here on the channel. But at the same time, we're not trying to get too deep into taking a side, even geopolitically. But the how deep things are getting on a geopolitical level with the United States and where it's going, it's getting impossible to avoid that, because we support Ukraine. And if we truly support Ukraine, to the end, then you can't just dodge it completely. But at the same time, we're worried about alienating a huge group of people from the channel. So ultimately, I'm glad to see it went well, but it was a 50-50 about how that was going to go. But tonight it was impossible to keep it out. We just had to sort of take a shot at it and see how it was going to go.
Yeah, because the thing was, and some people have been saying, man, it seems like the enforcer, because Matthew says this to folks, and then I hear about it a little bit. People have been saying, man, the enforcer seems like he's like getting angry, and I was getting angry because I was having to I was really having to try and like curtail what I was saying, because we were like, how in the world will this work? Like, if I say what I'm really thinking on the foreign policy sphere, are like the cult worshippers of that group going to go insane and like pretty much just try and destroy us or something? What was going to happen? So we were trying to weigh all that out, and tonight was generally the same, but it just in the middle of the show, I was like, damn it, I just can't keep doing this. I'm stressed to hell trying to keep this up. So then I said what I said, and it actually turned out really well, and so I was very happy to see that. Always remember, folks, number one rule, the main thing is do what you want. Do what you think is best, or do what you believe in, because not doing that isn't going to do well, and I was believing that on the show, but there were some other concerns in the background that were being brought up by other groups of that might not be a good idea. But still, I'm happy that it turned out well, because like Matthew was saying, it actually was a pretty big 50-50 that it could have gone good or bad. But tonight I decided if it went bad, I just don't care, because I can't keep on living under the stress of trying to say things that I really cannot say, because I don't even believe in them enough to even analyze it at all, rather than just say it. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here goes to Joe's RV Home Turtle, who puts in a 20 once again. It's good to see you once again, Joe, and thank you very much for donating to the channel. And he says, thanks for all you do, guys, and it's very well appreciated.
Hey, and thank you so much for enjoying everything we do, and thank you for saying it's appreciated, as we make sure to keep this thing running day in and day out, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the large part. Short war videos haven't been coming out a lot. I hate to say this, I'll be honest with y'all, the reason why they're not coming out a lot is because the diplomatic stuff with the president has taken over everything, so there's almost no news coming out at all from anywhere of any note at this point, and that's why a lot of short war summaries haven't been coming out, is because most days the news headlines are dominated with whatever the hell he's saying, and for us to make an entire short war video on that would just come off entirely political, so we really can't cover that kind of stuff. So we've been a little bit dry on content for those kinds of videos, but hopefully we'll be able to try and make some soon. But nevertheless, thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. If it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to Scott Kemp, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Scott, for the support. And he said, it's shocking how much of our donations are taken and the self-employment taxes, and I have to give more support, you guys, and saving my evening entertainment. And thank you very much, Scott, for that support. And also, honestly, it really is insane because YouTube takes a huge portion of super chats. Well, not a huge portion. I think it's like, what is it, 30% Enforcer?
30%, yeah.
Yeah, they take 30%. Then we get to hold on to it for a bit, and then the tax season comes around, and then we get taxed at an extremely high rate because we're self-employed. But we're not unique in that. If you're self-employed in America, you're paying the same taxes we're paying, so we're not, trying to seem like we're the victim or something like that. Everybody pays it, so it is what it is. But thank you very much, Scott, for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I would have to say, also, man, you don't ban that one. I'm going to get to it. I know you're probably reading it at this point. We're about to get to it. I got crosshairs on that one. But I do thank you so much for the support. And also, thank you for the kind words as well, because it really does mean a lot that folks enjoy this channel and want to see it keep on running. And Matthew, can you reread that again?
I said it's shocking how much of the donations are taken in the self-employment taxes. I have to give more support to you guys to save my even entertainment.
Yeah, like it is a little really YouTube's part isn't really that shocking because it's YouTube's part and we're on their platform, so it makes sense that they would make a cut. Like I really don't complain about that too much. And also someone said it's unreal that they take 30%. It could be worse. We could be on Twitch where they take I think like 50. So YouTube's actually very lenient and generous compared to the competitors. And also we get obliterated. We get nuked on Twitch doing this kind of a thing, so we can't even do that over there. But beyond that, another thing that I have to point out is that the self-employment taxes are insane, like insanely high. Like we on our tax bracket it's like 40%. Like that's like the top income tax bracket, and we're nowhere close to the top income tax bracket. But with self-employment added, it brings it all the way up there. Like at our income, it's an insane kind of a deal right there. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. But really quickly, we had one come in that was pretty interesting. Someone said this, and I will say the name. Lance Durbin said, "You two talk about the war ending like you quit law school to cover this war full time. The second the war stops, so does your income. Your profit motive disqualifies your end of war opinions." I don't think you realize this, but the war is going to end in 1 to 2 years from now, either in an American victory or a Russian victory. That's definite. Like our career of covering this war is coming to an end in 1 to 2 years, guaranteed. The only difference is either we're winning or they're winning. So at the end of the line, who's winning? That's the real question. So answer me that one, because I can promise you this: no matter if America supports Ukraine and keeps the war going with American support, or if America stops supporting Ukraine and the Russians win, both of these countries can only last at tops 2 years from now, maybe 1 year at the worst case scenario for both of them. So the war's coming to an end regardless at this point. So what profit motive do we have when the end of the war is guaranteed right now? Like I can promise you that it's guaranteed. There's no way that even with the US supporting Ukraine that the Russians could last longer than a year or two from now. It's going to be over. So with that in mind, please tell me how we have a profit motive that makes us support the United States, considering the reality of the fact is that this war is going to end in 1 to 2 years, whether the U.S. supports Ukraine or not. It just really determines whether we win or not. So that ought to tell you that this is more so revolving around what's in America and the West's interest, considering that there's a finite time that this war will exist. Either the Ukrainians are going to lose in a year or two, or the Russians are going to lose in a year or two. Take your pick. But anyways, with that, while my esophagus collapses on that mic drop right there, I guess that counts as the mic drop. We are on to the next one.
All right, so moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Jeff. And Jeff put in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Jeff, for the support. I don't see a comment attached to it, but nonetheless, thank you very much for helping to get the channel running. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you so much for the support. You didn't throw in a comment, but the support means a lot and helps this channel to keep on running. And I got to thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to be a reality every single day. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and this one goes to Adam McLean. And also, by the way, I see someone saying, I think he's saying you won't be able to make money after the war. Here's the thing, people. Like, I know the job market is not fantastic out there, but me and Andrew, we have college degrees, so we can go get jobs. It's not like we're like hopeless after the channel ends, if it ever does end. It's not like our futures are over or something if that's the case. Like we're mildly intelligent. We can figure out what we're doing. So it's not like we're like, oh, like if the channel goes south because the war ends or something like that, we're screwed. We're finished. It's like, obviously, we're going to have to regroup and find out what we're doing, but it's not the end of the world. And also, I hope the war does end because Ukraine is suffering because Russia's inflicting atrocities on them. And even the Russian people who are under the influence of the dictator, Vladimir Putin, they're suffering as well because he's sending them to their death endlessly. I hope it comes to an end, and we'll figure out what we're doing after the fact. The channel will probably keep running for a long time after it's over. But no, that's just, I mean, it's insane to think, oh, like, this is their only hope. That's not true at all.
That's crazy to think that that's our only hope. I mean, hell, you could go ask your mother. She knows we can do a lot more. Anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving on here to our next one. This one goes to Adam McLean, who puts in that $20 donation. Thank you very much, Adam, for the $20 support, and we appreciate it very much. And Adam, he said, I love you.
We love y'all too. We love the entirety of the LSA. And so with that, thank you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And that's right, Tent, we can work on the railroad. And that makes a lot of money these days too, actually. You get paid like $80,000 a year to be an engineer. I mean, that's crazy. And that's, you know, before taxes, and, you know, there's no self-employment tax on that either. I mean, that's crazy right there. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to X. Excuse me, goodness. And X puts in a $12 donation, and thank you very much, X, for that support. They said, American flag. And also, Enforcer, do you think that let's see here. Do you think that the current president is trying to fire up Europe with his statements to get them to step up funding 2 times because NATO relies on the U.S. heavily, and we need to focus on China and Miami, Florida?
I'll be honest with you, no. I don't think that's the case at all, because while we are also doing this to Europe, he's also saying that we're going to start cutting down our defense spending by, what was it, Matthew? 8% every year for the next 5 years?
Yes.
Yeah, so if we're supposed to be diverting to ramp up on the Chinese, we're actually decreasing military spending by massive margins for the next 5 years. Every year. So no, he's not doing that for that reason. He's largely shoving Europe off on its own and pretty much getting rid of the most important part of our sphere outside of North America, and then also cutting down the military in size and also ability, meaning that we wouldn't even be able to stand up to the Chinese like we are right now. Like, it's so funny. They say, we cannot stand up to the Chinese. Their Navy's amazing. So then we're going to cut funding to everyone, including the Navy. So then we can't even have a hope of catching up, according to what they're saying. It's a just great policy. Like, I'm saying that sarcastically. This is horrific policy planning right here. It's. I would be honest with y'all, it's paramount to cowardice, in my opinion. I mean, like, it sounds like we're just too scared to face anyone down, so we're just going to be the biggest wusses on Earth, and then just go hide in a corner when we're the forefront economic and military power in the world. It makes no sense. It's like the Roman Empire running from the damn Germanic tribes in their prime. It would make no sense. Like, it's like, I don't even get it. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to South Carolina Deer Girl, who puts in a $10 donation. And thank you very much, South Carolina Deer Girl, for that support. I don't see a comment attached, but Enforcer, what say you?
And I thank you so much for the support, North Carolina Deer Girl.
South Carolina,
Deer Girl, and helping this channel to keep on running. I gotta thank you massively for the support, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep it running. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Con LSA, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Con, as well, for that support. And he said, hey guys, to get away from politics, have you ever test fired the Russian Vepr 12 semi-automatic shotgun? And I saw it in action, and now I want one for home defense. It costs $3,000. Is it worth it? And I'll tell you, Con, me personally, I've never shot that Vepr 12 right there. I don't even think I've seen one in person, actually. But I'll be honest, I'm not really a huge shotgun person. I don't really care for shotguns. Too much kick. And I don't like guns with a whole bunch of kick behind it. I like ones that are a little bit more flat. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would personally say I'm not really a big fan of shotguns for home defense. Shotguns are really niche. And yeah, you know, shotguns are great, but really at a distance. Like, that's actually something that is a bit of a misnomer. A lot of people think that shotguns have spread, and so therefore it's good for home defense, you know, especially for someone inexperienced, because you just like point and shoot. But that actually isn't the case. In most home defense scenarios, this is actually going to be about as good as a rifle, because the spread on these things isn't going to be that big in the distances that you would see inside of a house, you know, down a hallway, or, you know, if they're standing right at your bedroom door. This thing has as much spread as a single rifle bullet. So I would generally say shotgun might not be the best for home defense. Maybe you'll look into a pistol or a rifle, maybe a carbine kind of a rifle that's a little bit shorter. And also another thing about the Vepr, I don't like them. Like if a semi-automatic shotgun is what you're looking for, I would say that a Weatherby is pretty decent. Or a Benelli or any kind of a shotgun like that. They actually are pretty decent, and I find them a lot better because I have seen a Vepr and I have shot a Vepr, and I just wasn't a fan. It's kind of like an AK but 12 gauge. And, you know, it just doesn't really work out well. Like, it doesn't pan out well in real practice, in my opinion. It was very underwhelming, its performance. But still, I hope that does address that somewhat well, but I do thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And someone just told me I don't know how shotguns work, although I shoot guns like pretty much all my free time all the time. Okay, like I guess whoops, sorry everyone. I apparently I have like 5 shotguns and shot all of them quite a lot, like hundreds of rounds. I have no clue what I'm talking about. You know, like the spread on a shot. Let me go get a shotgun spread graph. Shotgun spread pattern. Let's just go get a average pattern. So, let's see here. So, this is a 30-inch circle at 20 yards. So, this thing is 30 inches across right here in figure A. That's the spread. It's non-existent. Like, you're literally, like if you were firing at the hip with a shotgun in a home defense scenario, you're missing. Like this, yeah, maybe a couple of pellets will hit them, but you're not that's not a hit. Like most of those pellets are grazing right by if you miss. So it's better to actually get a carbine, like a rifle or maybe a pistol, because not only is it going to be more manageable in closer quarters kind of scenarios, especially a pistol, but not only that, the spread isn't going to be great, because this is the spread at 20 yards. I don't know a lot of people who have a 60-foot long hallway in their house. So the spread on a shotgun's, let's say bird shot for this matter, you would be using buck, is going to be a lot shorter and a lot more cut down than that in width. So you're practically shooting a rifle at them at that point in terms of the spread. So just use a rifle or a pistol instead. It makes a lot more sense. And not only that, you don't have a giant load of buckshot blasting through all of your sheetrock and God knows into what, because there's no backstop in a home defense scenario. Whatever you're shooting at this person with, it's going to be going through the walls, and it's going to be going into someone else's house or God knows where from there. So better to have something
honestly.
else.
Honestly, for home defense, like the way I would say do it is either 9mm pistol with high capacity, if it's legal, obviously, in your state. It depends on your state. And also a rifle with a shorter barrel for like close quarters defense. That's the way to go, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would. That's what I would largely say. But generally, for close-in kind of scenarios like that, a pistol is actually probably your best bet. Like that's the hardest thing to shoot in reality. Like rifles and shotguns are far easier to shoot because you have a stock on them. But pistols are going to be better because you're just in such a confined space. There isn't really a lot of room to be maneuvering around a whole shotgun or a rifle. Even a carbine, for that matter, would be a little bit difficult to move around in that kind of a deal. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one. And thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running.
All right, and our next one here goes to Paul Schultz, who puts in a $10 donation, and thank you very much, Paul, for supporting the channel, and we appreciate you very much, and thank you for being a longtime channel legend. And Paul said, thank you for your reporting, and Russia has come to the negotiating table because they can see the end, and they need to change the narrative, and time for some coffee made from snow. Thank you, Paul, but I will say this before the enforcer answers real quick. I just want to say one thing. I think Russia's coming to the table because they think they have some leverage right now. They don't have leverage on the battlefield. That's clearly obvious. They're getting pushed back. They think they have leverage in a different way, and that's why they're currently coming to the table. So that's my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say, generally, in my opinion, I'd say they're probably coming to the negotiating table because they might be seeing that they might be able to take someone for a schmuck, maybe. Like, I think that's actually why they're coming around this time. But, you know, maybe it's also for that reason as well. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, I see some people saying, oh, wait a minute, no, you can't use a rifle because a rifle round will go all the way through the walls, too. No. You get, like, hollow points. Like, you know, so that way they expand on impact. You can get those for pistols. I believe you can also get those for rifle calibers as well. I've never used them. But if I'm remembering correctly, I think there are some sort of, like, expanding point bullets for rifles. So, you know,
I
like
think
if
it's a polymer like tipped
yeah, yeah,
rifle
yeah.
bullets. So they have like the black tip, I think.
And you get bullets with lead cores, so that way it expands on impact because lead's soft. So, and also with the heat of it going through the barrel, it'll be warm enough that it will largely expand on impact. So generally, you don't have to worry about a backstop there because it most likely would get stopped inside of that, you know, inside of the intruder, inside of a wall or one of the walls in your house. With pistol, you surely can get hollow points that do expand on impact, and that means that you don't even have to worry about a backstop because if the hit lands, it's not going to be going even into the sheetrock most likely, or if it does, it's going to be just puncturing in and then stopping right there. So with that, I hope that kind of addresses that well, at least the best I can. But that's a pretty rough instance right there to be preparing for. And you know, there's a load of different answers you can get, but those would generally be my answers to that kind of a question on home defense kind of a deal. That would be the best bet I could give. But nevertheless, with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, we had to speed up just a little bit because we're currently 45 super chats left right now.
Holy
So we have
moly!
So our next one here goes to Paul Gill, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Paul, as well, for that support. He said, Enforcers, I put a lot of blame on Tucker Carlson, with his poopler praising. And a lot of people listened to him in the USA and started to believe his lies. And love you guys, and a hearty Slav Ukraine.
Thank you so much for the support. Maybe might be true. Like a lot of people do listen to that guy. It's kind of shocking to me. Because when you listen to him, most of his stuff doesn't even make sense. They live under a dictatorship, but the groceries are cheap. It's like, what is the point of that? Like, what's the argument here? Let's have a dictatorship so the groceries are cheap. Like, oh, they're still expensive. But beyond that, I do have to say, I do thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep it running. That might actually be true. And if that is, that's a damn shame. I don't really know what he has to benefit out of something like that if that's the case, but maybe he had some reason to do that. Who knows? But beyond that, thank you so much once again for support and help with this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
And up next, big shout out to Dade Carnes, also known as Raid, for that $10 support. And thank you very much, Dade Carnes, for supporting the channel and helping to keep us running. And we also have a $10 donation from friend Wilkins, who says even the strongest of nations need allies.
And I'd agree. Everyone always needs friends. You're stronger together than apart. And I thank you so much once again for support and help with this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to John Bartley, another longtime channel legend who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, John, as well, for that support. He said, how many of us that have followed this war are feeling this conversation? It sucks. It's hard to talk about, and it's not right. And we should stand with Ukraine.
I would agree. We should. And it's a really unfortunate thing to see what kind of a policy direction is being made at this point. It's just ridiculous. But still, thank you once again. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to Con LSA, who puts in a 10 and says, fact. Keep going, guys.
And thank you so much once again for the support. And we are going to keep this thing going. And thank you so much for saying it's fact, because I like to hear that. And so with that, thank you once again. And also, Ryan said, I think his point is food doesn't need to be as expensive as it is. No, that wasn't his point, because like if he actually was honest, Russians make 20% of what the poorest Americans make in this country, in Mississippi, where the median income is like $50,000 a year. The Russians make about 11 or $10,000 a year. So they make 20% less than the poorest Americans in America. And then the price of groceries was only a third of what it was in America, meaning that actually, compared to the income of your average American and the cost of groceries over here, it's actually more expensive for Russians to buy those cheap groceries than it is for Americans to buy groceries, because the income disparity and the price disparity don't match up. The price of their groceries isn't 20% of ours, it's 30% of ours, but their income is 20% of the poorest American. So that's clearly showing that for your average Russian, those groceries are actually more unaffordable than the current grocery prices are for Americans in the US, even at the poorest income bracket in Mississippi. But with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well, because no matter which way you look at it, it just doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Anyways, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Barry Woodward, who puts in a $10 donation, and thank you very much, Barry, as well, for that support. He said, facts, transparency, and the truth will not trip your trek in life, and Slava LSA, America, honest and healthy.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and hopefully America will continue to stand for American and Western interests well on into the future. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Cookie, who puts in their third ever super chat on the live stream, and we appreciate that, Cookie. And they put in the 20 Australian and said, "I'm sorry that all the U.S. is embarrassed by you-know-who."
I thank you for the support, Cookie. And I would say that on a foreign policy level, things are not looking that good right now. While I slammed my watch into my desk, didn't mean to do that. But I would say that it doesn't really look that good right now. But hopefully things will turn around in the future. It's just, we gotta pray for better days for the large part at this point. But still, thank you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, I saw someone in the live chat, Aquatic Borealis, said, "Isn't Europe preparing to step up with a massive fund to Ukraine, like 700 billion?" Honestly, like I saw that report as well. 700 billion. That'd be like whipping. That'd be like basically using most of our military budget. I'm trying to find a way to word that where it doesn't sound a little bit odd, but obviously we spend about close to $1 trillion a year in the United States on our military budget, which is a hell of a lot. Just pull out $700 billion of money like from the EU out of nowhere. That would be crazy. So I don't know if that report's accurate or not, but Enforcer, have you heard if that's true or not, or is it just hype?
I think that might be hype. I've heard that they're going to give $6 billion in a new aid package, but I haven't heard anything about a $700 billion package anywhere yet.
Yeah, I haven't either. I mean, I've seen that on reports, but I'm not sure if I buy that. That would be insane to see that much money just suddenly be used by the EU to support Ukraine. That would be wild. I have seen like $6 and $8 billion aid packages being like rumored to come out in the next couple of days, but that's it for me. But anyways, with that, we're jumping into our next super chat here, which goes to Roth. I'm struggling to speak for some reason, but thank you very much, Roth, for that $10 support. He said, "Be neutral politically, and if people don't like it, it's not your problem. And European allies must pay their fair share in defense. And lastly, I think with all administrations, it's best to judge their actions more than their words."
Thank you for the support. As far as Europe is going, they are paying their fair share, and not only that, what is a fair share? That's the thing to me. What is a fair share? Like, NATO has a GDP spending quota suggestion. That's not a requirement. And on top of that, the United States ramped up its military budget, if many recall, not to protect Europe, but to go and beat around the Taliban and Saddam Hussein in Iraq. That's really where a lot of our military spending came from. And then we start ramping up afterwards to deal with the Chinese and Russian threats. So it wasn't really to protect, say, Europe. It was more so to protect ourselves from everything else around the world altogether. So it's a little bit I'll have to say the whole fair share thing doesn't stand up, and also it doesn't really stand up on this as well. Okay, hear me out on this one. So the United States wants foreign countries to pay their fair share into something that's fairly ambiguous. But then when it comes to another kind of a fair share thing here in the United States, taxes, then some people get passes. How come the fair share thing doesn't apply to everything everywhere? Once again, it only applies in certain case-by-case bases that shows that these groups don't really have a running philosophy that monetarily everything should be fair. It's just that it should be one thing here and one thing elsewhere. To me, it doesn't really make that much sense, once again, on that kind of a level. Like, you can find that in every single political group or party, that they'll say one thing in one sphere and then do the a different thing in the next. And that's why I don't really get the fair share argument. And I largely would say that you got to judge a administration based off of their actions rather than words. And in terms of foreign policy, it's going pretty badly right now. But still, thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Santiago Flores, who puts in a $10 donation. And thank you very much, Santiago, for that support.
Hey!
And Santiago said, "Coffee fun. And I love the show, and keep it up, and ignore the rest, and pick a question, please."
And thank you so much for the support, Santiago Flores. And we are going to do what we've always done, which is good analysis and news coverage. And we're going to keep that up until the end of time. And I got to thank you so much once again. And we will get a live chat question.
And this one goes to Robert Miranda, who says, "Where did the North Korean troops go?"
They went to Kursk. They're in Kursk right now. We don't really know where they are. They're somewhere around Kursk City. And the ones that we also know are being brought in, they're somewhere right now, once again, around Common Rybolov or Lake Konka for the large part. But with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you so much once again for sponsoring that live chat and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat here goes to Alan Schultz, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Alan, as well, for supporting the channel and helping to keep it running. And Alan said, great discussion on U.S. foreign policy, and most media would not tackle the discussion as courageously as you have, and you definitely spoke the facts, and keep it up.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for really liking it. I'm glad to see it was well received. That was crazy to me that it was, because I kind of took a leap at that point, because I was like, you know what, I just can't do this anymore. I'm living under too much stress trying to do this way. I was like, I'm just gonna have to go out there with an honest analysis of what I'm seeing and what I'm thinking, and if the channel dies, it dies, and if it lives, it lives. And it actually lived. It actually did better than it has before, actually. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this channel possible and keep it running. And so with that, a big thanks once again, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Hector Rodriguez, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Hector, as well, for supporting the channel and helping to keep it running. And Hector said, Enforcers, say whatever you want. It's your channel, and we're just here for the ride.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And I thank you for saying that. Something that I kind of want to push more towards later on, because one thing that makes a channel hell on earth to run is when you listen to all the critics, which we've kind of started to get handicapped by lately, because there are people, and a decent amount of them have departed us, fortunately, tonight, that run their mouths way too much, and pretty much try to force us to be puppets on strings with what we say, and it gets so tiresome to do that. It really does. It honestly wears me out to do that, so we're just not going to do that anymore. Like, what we say is what we say, and what we do is what we do. It's our channel. You know, I'm being who I am, like I've always been. If people like it, they like it, and if they don't, they don't. And I got to thank you for saying that, because I think that's something we're going to have to live by these days for sure. But still, thank you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Tom Exman, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Tom, as well, for supporting the channel, as always. And Tom says, okay, to cut to the hose's source, if the president cuts aid, can Congress bypass him and send it?
No, unfortunately. Because the spending bills can be approved in the House and the Senate, but the president has to sign off on them. So the president can just refuse to sign off on them or veto those spending acts or spending bills, and they'll never be able to make it through. So unfortunately, the answer to that, well, actually, there is a way to force it through. You would just have to get a larger majority vote and just bypass the president and then have the spending bill approved. But generally, that would be pretty tough to pull off. So most likely than not, if the funding is cut, the funding is cut. So with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one is going to go to Robin, who puts in a 10. And they said, I had a very wise instructor in high school, and he would say, it's better to be thought to be a horse's ass than to open one's mouth and remove all doubt.
Actually, it's a pretty good quote. I'll remember that one. But beyond that, thank you so much once again for support. Thank you for sharing that little quote right there, because that's a pretty decent one right there. But still, thank you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
Would that statement apply to Lavrov, though? Like, when you really think about it, Lavrov's already a horse, but then he opened his mouth and removed all doubt. There was no doubt in the first place. Everybody knew he was a horse before he opened his mouth. That's the only guy that I think would break that statement. It's probably Lavrov. But anyways, jumping into our next super chat here, this one goes to Denise M, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Denise, for that support. They said, first time super chatter, and there's a lot of misinformation out there, and haters are going to be haters, and keep up the good work, guys.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And haters are going to be haters. You know what I mean? Like, they're just going to be in. We can't worry about them too much. We're just going to have to ban them when they show up. But beyond that, thank you so much once again for supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would not be able to make this channel possible and keep it running the way we are. And so with that, thank you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Rob S, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Rob, for the support as well. He said, what would Rodney say?
Oh, man, I'm telling you. Oh, man, I'm getting no respect around here. Oh, man, I'm telling you. Oh, man, I tried to go to Europe the other day. Oh, man, they told me I was an American and they beat my ass. Oh, man, I'm telling you. I get no respect around here. Oh, man. And then all these European people. Oh, man, the ones that got no brains. Oh, man, they come in here in the live chat and then act like I'm running the government. Oh, man, I get all the heat for the government. I'm not even a part of it. Oh, man, why don't you vote me in or something? Oh, man, I'm telling you. Oh, man. Oh, man, and my girlfriend, she was that stupid too. Oh, man, I'm telling you. Oh, man.
But beyond that, I do thank you so much for the support, Rob S, and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, by the way, y'all, that's been something that's just annoyed me more than anything. I kind of addressed it a little bit earlier on. I'm gonna be so honest with this. We have a decent amount of audience that is international. 50% of the audience is American. 50% of the audience is made up of everyone else. And for some reason, some of those people and the other 50% that's not in the United States want to act like we're the U.S. government. So then they want to come and cuss us out for what the government's doing, like we're doing it. Like we've had people in the live chat come in. Y'all don't see them because they get banned pretty fast. But they'll come in and be like, "You sick son of a bitch. Are you happy now with what you did to us? You sick bastard." And it's like, oh, we didn't even do it. It's like, we're just covering the news. It's like, what the hell are you talking to me like that for? Like, that's been something, y'all, that's gotten under my crawl bad with some of those folks. I'm like, I don't even know what the hell how y'all are that damn stupid. This is like, we're not the U.S. government. I wasn't elected as president of the United States, and I'm not also an elected representative of the Congress. So it's like, what the hell are you, or what are you giving me the heat for? I'm like, I did none of the actions, and I'm getting all the heat. Like, that made no sense to me. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Redline AU, Australia, who puts in their first ever super chat on the stream, and thank you very much for that first time ever support. And they put in the 20 Australian. I think I already said that. I repeated it twice for some reason. But Redline said, as an Australian, I saw the U.S. as a key ally against the China invasion. But if the U.S. would sell out Ukraine to Putin, then why wouldn't he do the same with China at our expense? He's making the U.S. unreliable and Slava Ukraine. You know
That's what I've been saying.
You're thinking that about Australia because you're an Australian. You know what China's thinking? They're also thinking the same thing you're thinking. They're thinking, oh, we might be able to get away with that because they're not going to come in and protect them. That's what they're thinking, and also that's what you're thinking as an Australian. So it's a double-edged sword. It's making you scared as an Australian, and it's making China feel more emboldened because now they feel like they can get away with it. So that's the risk. But Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you so much for the support, and I'd have to agree with you. I mean, that's kind of the big concern. If we're going to leave some folks to hang out and dry, we might do that with everyone, or at least everyone's going to start thinking that that's the case. And with how, I'll be honest with y'all, with how the president talks to a lot of our allies, I mean, a lot of them wouldn't be far off from thinking that. I mean, he pretty much goes around shafting our allies at this point, making it fairly clear that he'll do it and they'll like it. So why the hell would anyone think otherwise? Like, you know, like I'm going to be honest there, like the way the president talks to foreign countries is crazy to me. Like, I don't see much like it often. Like, talking to these people like they're punk thugs in a back alley. It's like, you can't talk to leaders of nations like that and their diplomatic teams. Like, you're gonna piss everyone off. I mean, like at some point, like, you know, like these people represent their governments, but at some point you're going to piss these people off so much they're going to start making it personal, and then they're going to make sure to start doing their own deal to screw over the United States. It's like, you can't do that kind of a deal. Like, that's just unbecoming. Honestly, it's ignorant and low class, really, to do that kind of stuff, especially in the government. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Notorious GRG, who puts in a 10, along with Mark Dixon, who also puts in a 10, and Steve's Gardening Adventures, who puts in a 10 as well. Hey! And huge shout out to Notorious GRG, Mark Dixon, and Steve's Gardening Adventures for that support, and they did not leave a comment. But also, special note on Steve Gardening Adventures. Steve, I'm sorry about your health issues. I saw you writing about that earlier in the chat, and I hope you're doing okay now. But Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you for the support. I hope you're doing well as well. I didn't hear about that, but still, I hope that things are going all right for you. But I do thank you so much for the support and being here on this channel tonight, enjoying it, and hopefully we're helping you to pass the time a little bit. But still, thank you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Steve Otten, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Steve. He said, I enjoy trains more than politics.
I do enjoy trains more than politics. You know something that I finally came to the realization of just not too long ago? The EMDF units, I'm not that big of a fan of them anymore. You know, like, I don't know why. I actually become a fan of another one that really is held dear to my heart at this point, the Alco RS3. This one. The chopper.
That's a good one. The chopper.
The chopper. These things sound so good. Like they sound like little worn out lawnmowers, and I just love it. Like, it's so cool. They're the original prime movers sounded like that. Like, the ones that are still in service these days, I think they had new prime movers put in. They don't sound like them anymore. Well, they don't sound like they used to. But these things are really neat. It's made by the American Locomotive Company, Alco. They're defunct now. I believe they got merged with some other companies. So they technically exist nowadays, but they really don't, if you know what I mean. But beyond that, these are really neat. I especially like the L and N Alco RS3s, which I go to the Google Images every once in a while just to take a gander at. But these are cool. I just think they're really neat because these actually operated here down in Alabama as a part of the Louisville and Nashville Railroad. And they're just cool. I mean, what more can you say about them? They're neat. And the sound they make is distinct. But beyond that, I thank you so much once again for supporting and helping this channel to keep on running, because I agree with you. I like trains more than I like politics. And politics is a nasty business. But nevertheless, thank you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to J-Man2112, who puts in the 10. Thank you very much, J-Man, for that support. They said, LOC, and you both have made this American very proud tonight, and I knew this night was coming for several months. And stay strong and stay true.
Thank you so much for the support. I actually didn't see this coming around. We were entirely wrong with our analysis a year ago at this point now. We looked like we were right for a little bit, but then it came crashing down fast, and we were entirely wrong on it. That's something you won't hear any other YouTubers say, just frankly, Matthew said they were wrong on something. Like, I just started thinking about
you won't hear that often at all.
No, man, someone could post a video of something fake that didn't even happen. They won't even retract the video. They'll keep it up. But when we
I was telling that to somebody last night that I was actually talking to over Discord chat. I was saying, you know, I'm admitting I was wrong in the situation, because I was saying to several people, I don't think the United States is going to take a position against Ukraine. I was saying that for probably a couple of months, actually. And, you know, like I said before, I was wrong on that. Horrifically wrong, actually. One of the few things I've been that wrong on has been this one. And I admitted that to several people the other day, and also here on the stream tonight, too. And I'm not afraid to admit it. I was wrong on that. And I think the Enforcer was, too. We both got that one off the mark.
Yeah, I was the one who actually made that analysis on air for the first time. And so I'll shoulder all the blame for both of us. Entirely wrong. Like, that was just an incorrect analysis. Like, it would make sense in a logical world, but we're dealing with illogical people here, so it doesn't really stand up to scrutiny. So, you know, with that disconnected, Matthew, are you there? Are you there?
Yeah.
Oh my lord, dude. Oh my
Too much truth. Turn it off. Turn off the cameras. Turn them off. Turn off the servers.
Dude, someone said, oh, whoa. Too much truth. Ah! Then shut us down, you know, like, but beyond that,
wow.
Sorry.
Big crowd.
Man, actually, this is a big crowd, man, when you think about it, like 9.6 thousand people on air at one time. That's actually pretty damn big. But beyond that, we're back. But I do thank you so much for the support. I hope that does address that somewhat well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Danny B, who puts in the 10. And thank you very much, Danny, for that support. He said, good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here. And I came across this channel on accident. And after that, I never left because it's of y'all. And I didn't chat for like the first 3 months. And now I'm known as Chef. And yes, Danny is the official chef of the Enforcer channel. Just like Walter A. Lakota is the official mariner of the Enforcer channel as well. We do have experts actually from every field in the channel, it seems like, at this point. So it's crazy to see. But we're very glad to have you. And Enforcer, what say you?
And we're really glad to have you, Danny B, chef of the LSA. And of course, folks who always have interesting jobs or pasts, they always get a little nickname. And yours is the chef of the LSA. And honestly, I could do with some food right now. I'm starving again. Not as bad as I was last night. I was starving literally from like the beginning to the end, and I was like dying by the end. But tonight I'm still starving. I could go with some good food right now, some delicious food. But nevertheless, I gotta thank you so much for being here, so much for being a part of this channel, and I'm glad that you enjoy it and really enjoy it enough to support it and help it to keep on rolling. So a big thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to, let's see, it goes to Rebel117, who puts in a 20 as well. And thank you very much, Rebel, for the support. They said, because you guys are awesome, and I appreciate your neutrality in delivering the news. Everything political.
And I gotta thank you so much for the support, Rebel117, and thank you so much for enjoying that. I feel like our analysis tonight's fairly grounded in reality, you know, and of course we're trying to make it as apolitical as possible, but still, you know, analysis is analysis. If something is right, it's right. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Or like, better way to put it, the analysis is based off of what I think is good. If I don't think it's good, it's not good, and if it's good, it's good. So I'm glad to know that you enjoy that, and I'm glad to know that a lot of people still understand that we are remaining as apolitical as possible. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Gregory C., who puts in a 10. And thank you, Gregory, as well. And Gregory said, first-time caller, long-time listener. And keep up the good work, young men, and put pepperoni on it and LSA.
Hey, we will put pepperoni on that thing. But beyond that, thank you so much for the support, and thank you for supporting the channel for the first time ever, Gregory. It's great to know, and I got to thank you once again for really enjoying it and helping to keep on running. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Flowers, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Flowers, for the 10. They said, I hope you're having a good day, my friends.
And thank you so much for the support, Flowers. Actually, new Flowers back in the day before the channel really took off. But I thank you so much for the support, Flowers, and things have been going good. A little bit of a rough night tonight, actually. Flowers is probably watching us right now while working in the mechanic shop, for those of y'all who may want to know that. That's a little cool fact. But beyond that, it's been an interesting day. A little bit of stress is going on. There's also things in the background that are going on that are a little stressful. We're trying to get the orchestra lined up. That's coming around on the 21st. So here within probably 24 hours or so at this point. So yeah, you know, that's a little stressful on me, to be entirely honest with y'all. But beyond that, it's been good. And I got to thank you so much for the support, Flowers, and helping this channel to keep on running, because it's folks like you that make this thing possible. So with that, we are on to the next one.
I told you they were going to come for us.
Oh my God, they're trying to shut us down. They're trying to shut us down. Oh my God, we're telling y'all too much truth, and now they're starting to throttle our connection. Look at that. We're about to turn into something better than all those people who say they're telling you the truth and they're lying out the ass to all of you people. You know what? Y'all know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about all those
service. Pull the plug.
They're lying to you. They're putting chemicals in the water. You know, those people. It's like they're not telling you the truth. They're just idiots. We're telling you all the truth here. But beyond that, it sounds like someone out there is not happy. But nevertheless, I thank you so much for the support and help this channel to keep on running, because folks like you help us to make folks out there unhappy to where our connection starts getting throttled. So with that, thank you once again, and we're on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here goes to Dylan Ribb, who puts in a 7. And thank you very much, Dylan. He said, God bless North America, and look up the C cable cut in NS. And what do you think?
And I thank you for the support. I can't really pull that up right now because we're really having some serious time constraints. We're going overtime significantly no matter what. But I do thank you for the support. And I would have to say, any cable cuts most likely is sabotage these days. It has like an 80% chance of being the case. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Tamara Franzizok, who puts in a 6. And thank you very much for the support. They said, do the show as you think would be the right way. Just follow your inner compass and you'll be all right. And we will stick to it, no worries.
And that's what I've always said in the background. I've always said, this is largely what I say, just for those of y'all to know. It sounds a little narcissistic, but I just say to get some confidence. I always say I'm a winner, and anything I do, I'll win at. So that's just kind of the philosophy I go at with everything, is just give it your all, and you gotta win, like you can't lose. And we should have just gone with that instinct from the start, instead of trying to like game it out and be like, oh, what will happen if we say this or that. We should have just gone with what we wanted to do, because it would have been a lot less stressful to just do that in the first case. But beyond that, I thank you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because folks like you help to make this thing possible and keep it running. And good news, everyone. Great news. Amazing news. Long-lasting news. The orchestra time slot has been accepted, and Matthew, all that Dropbox stuff I had to do today and everything else, it was accepted and it was perfectly fine. So praise the Lord. I just had to check the emails when I brought that up a second ago. I was like, hopefully I got an email, and I saw that I did. So y'all, I gotta let y'all know. Y'all know that intro y'all have gotten used to so far with the nice news songs, those nice American songs that celebrate half of our audience and y'all's hard work and efforts and toil that y'all do every day. It's going to be orchestrated, and we're going to have it mixed and on air really, really soon, probably by the beginning of March. So hopefully that'll be the case, because I can't wait for y'all to hear the brand new music in its actual orchestrated form. And once again, we're getting the video for the orchestra, so y'all actually see little clips of the orchestra throughout. But nevertheless, I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Raur, Dakota, who puts in a 5. It says Slava Ukraine.
And Slava. And thank you so much once again for support. I'm sure many of y'all can hear it. I did the chipmunk thing with the saltine cracker, but I do thank you so much for the support, and Slava. And thank you once again. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Brian Gonzalez, who puts in a 5 and says, and says, I understand that we're supposed to be pro-USA, but I don't want to be on the wrong side of World War III, and I'm worried that we're leaving NATO and joining BRICS. And Brian, here's the thing. If we're American, we're stuck here. We were born here, and to be honest, even if it's going the wrong direction, if we view it that way, we have to fight for our country. We can't just leave it. We can always fix it, but we can't leave it. That would be the wrong thing to do. So whatever the case is, we'll be okay. We might find ourselves without friends though, which would not be good, but we're gonna have to tough it out and do what we got to do, because that's what Ukraine did, and they're doing okay. If there's any problems like corruption, they'll sort that out after the war, but in the meantime, they got to fight for what they believe in. So we can't just run off and abandon it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you for the support. I see what you're saying there, but I kind of have to agree with Matthew. I'm an American. I was born of the soil. I'll die of the soil. My finger just slammed into the desk so hard I think I broke my pointer finger. But nevertheless, like I was born on the soil. I'll die on it. I'm an American through and through. And I'm never going to abandon the country, because I'm going to be abandoning all the folks that pretty much raised me and made my life possible. You know, all those people. Everyone who was involved in that, every single part of my being, largely I have to attribute to the United States and all the folks living here. So I can't really, I can't leave. I can't leave on a good conscience. If things went good, if things went bad, if things went worse, I can't leave, because these, at the end of the day, are my people as much as I'm y'all's people. So I kind of have to be around for that, because, you know, this is my country, this is my home, and that's, you know, I didn't have the fortune of getting to choose where I'm from, but I'll always be steadfast next to the people every day. But beyond that, almost sounded communist, man. I was like, I'll be steadfast with the people. Like, I was like, man, I was like, I don't know, we might be getting some of that revolutionary fervor in here, but nevertheless, thank you once again for support. Hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Octavian Timorsanu, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Octavian, for the support. He said, we know you're good people, and we're not blaming you. And our grievances are with your current government. And please take a question from the chat in LSA.
Thank you for the support. Thank you for saying that. That's a way I can accept it. But I don't know why people come in here and start dissing on us. Like, it's like, I'm not doing any of that. It's like, generally, I disagree with it. So it's like, you know, what's up with that? But still, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And also, I saw someone, man, you guys should really stop saying you do not talk politics, because you're talking politics and you're spreading false info. Look, I'm not spreading false info like the president is saying that Ukraine started the war. Listen, if I'm saying anything false at any point, which maybe I have over 3 years, maybe something didn't end up being totally correct, it's not as wrong as that. I mean, that's literally just denying reality. So why don't you wake up and smell the roses a little? But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Sub the Gator, who puts in a 10. And that's our third ever Super Channel live stream. And thank you very much, Sub the Gator, for that support. And they said, like the chef, I stumbled across your channel during Israel's retaliation on Iran. And the normal person was MIA. And I listened to Mr. Emergency Alert. And I couldn't have been happier to find you guys in LSA.
Hey, and long live the Lee Spring Army, the Sub the Gator. I almost said the Sub Gator. But nevertheless, really neat to hear that you actually joined us during that, because that was, crazily enough, the most successful thing we ever ran. Like, that's the only thing that we got, I believe, 1 million views on, and I think we got like 14,000 subscribers from that stream. It was a crazy time, and we did not expect that to blow up like it did. It was the only thing that I would say we had that truly went viral, and it was literally the third biggest stream on YouTube. It even beat some of those bot accounts that make it into the ratings up there at the top. We beat some of them. I was blown away with that. Like, I was actually shocked that that was the case. And it's really cool to know that you joined us then. You were in that giant crowd of like 57,000 people who were watching us live. And I'm glad to know that you stuck around and stayed, because it's really cool to know that you found yourself a great channel to watch. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and the next one is going to go to Rob Falgiano, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Rob, for the support, and we appreciate it. And no comment was attached, but we appreciate that very much. And we also have a 5 from Chaos Reigns All, who says, LSA.
Hey, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And so with that, thank you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Siri, who said, you've been doing a great job for the 3 years straight, Enforcer Bros. Screw the haters. The horrors persist, but so do we. And EXO from Oslo.
Hey, and a big thanks to Siri, one of our Norwegian viewers all the way from Oslo. Really cool place. I hope to go there one day and see it myself. But nevertheless, I thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. If it wasn't for folks like you, we just wouldn't be able to make this thing a reality every day. And it's great to know that we have friends in the Lee Spring Army from all around the world. All around the Western world, there are members of the Lee Spring Army. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And also, man, this train station in Oslo is huge. Look at that thing. What does it look like?
Man, look at that. Fast from Oslo.
Man, they got a tiger up there. Grr! But what do their trains look like in Norway? Like, they don't really have a lot of pictures of them. They have, like, pictures of everything but the trains. Hold up.
Careful with that.
Oh, yeah, you're right, yeah. Yeah, I forgot, sorry. Whoopsies! Whoopsies! But nevertheless, let's see here. Man, they don't really have a lot of pictures of these trains, but they do look nice, though. They do look nice, I will say. But nevertheless, thank you once again for support, Siri, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Daniel Strayer, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Daniel. He said, so it took 3 years for EU countries to puff up and lean on Russian assets? I'm confused. Honestly, Daniel, I'll tell you what I think. You know, they should have unfrozen them before, but I think they might have kept those the way they were in case of this event happening where the USA was going to back off supporting Ukraine. They might have been keeping that in reserve, but only time's going to tell if they actually unfreeze it or not. They still haven't done it, but I think they probably will. But Enforcer, what say you?
I think they were wanting to save that for rebuilding Ukraine, so that way they could invest in Ukrainian industries and such things and in rebuilding after the war. I think that's actually what they were wanting to hold it for, but at this point, they're going to have to break up that money and give it out to Ukraine in big chunks, so that way they can continue to finance their war effort. So with that, I hope that does... Well, actually, how that will work in reality is that the Europeans are going to break that into chunks, liquidate the chunks, and then use it in their own governments to finance the production of war materials, and then they'll ship the war materials to Ukraine. That's actually how it will really work in the end, so it won't be raw money to Ukraine still. But with that, I hope that does address that well, and thank you once again for support. And Matthew, how many Super Chats do we have left?
We have about 25 left.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Okay, we are going to have to go turbo mode at this point, folks, because we are about 4 hours in, and we still have more Super Chats than we can count. So, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Joseph Pomerleau, who puts in a 5. And they said, God bless you, Enforcer Matt. I am so happy to hear your opinions on the current situation between the United States and Ukraine.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, and we're glad to hear that. And so with that, thank you so much once again. We are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Clayton Welke, who puts in a 5 and says, good day, Enforcer Matt. A video of 2 tanks taken out by the crew ran away, and why didn't Ukraine use artillery to take out the soldiers at the same time?
Hey, and I thank you so much for the support, probably because they weren't expecting the Russian infantry to survive, and they also want to conserve ammo as much as possible. And so with that, thank you so much once again. We are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Gentleman Locke, who puts in a 5 and says, thank you both for covering Ukraine the way you do, and the objectivity and unbiased talk is much appreciated.
Hey, and I gotta thank you so much for the support and enjoying our unbiased talk, and and the way we do this. We try our best. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that addressed it well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've got a 5 from Tom D. Orazio, who says, yo, you all are amazing. Keep it rolling, and Dealer's Choice, take a question from the chat.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. Thank you for the kind words, and we will make sure to get one from the chat. So Matthew, what do we got?
And this one goes to Valsura Centano, who says, can you guys speak about the capacity of the Minuteman III?
The Minuteman III ICBM is able to carry multiple independent re-entry vehicles. It is, of course, a standard ICBM, really like any other, and it does have intercontinental capabilities, meaning that it can reach the Russian Federation from its launch point at Vandenberg Space Force Base. So with that, I thank you so much once again for support, and I'm with this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that incredibly well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And the next one goes to RJ Lupin 2, who puts in a $5 donation, and thank you very much, RJ Lupin 2, for that support. We appreciate it very much. He said, for doing the right thing, we live in speaking the truth to power brings landmines, and you're speaking with real patriotism and bravery and gratitude.
Hey, and I gotta thank you so much for the support. I hate to hear that Matthew's microphone keeps cutting out every other third word, but nevertheless, I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And of course, we always support American and Western interests around the globe, wherever they may be, however that we may have to stand for them. But nevertheless, I do thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Vasily Tamba, who puts in a 5, and they said, imagine being a Ukrainian. Damn.
Man, I wish your microphone would stop cutting out. Could you repeat that again?
This one goes to Vasily Tamba, who puts in a 5 and says, imagine being a Ukrainian now, and damn.
And I'd have to say it must be an incredibly rough and kind of a different perspective for them at this point, because it must be an incredibly difficult kind of a situation to live with. But nevertheless, the Europeans will be on their side and back them up until the end. And so with that, thank you so much once again for the support, and I hope this channel to keep on running. With that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Greg Francis, who puts in a 5, and thank you very much, Greg Francis, for the support. He said, U.S. chicken tenders triumphantly end Ukraine war with bold dip.
And I thank you so much for giving us support. And I gotta say, I could go for some chicken tenders right now, to be entirely honest with you. But nevertheless, thank you so much for giving us thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And so with that, huge thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Burnaby Alex, who puts in a $5 donation. And thank you very much, Burnaby, as well for that support. And he said, I'll collect that money. I'm just kidding.
And I thank you so much for supporting. Pretty good joke right there. Pretty good one, I gotta say. Thank you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Brennan B. Alex yet again. He puts in another $5 donation, and thank you very much, Brennan B. Alex, for the support, and we appreciate it very much. He said, but seriously, spending money to keep tyrants and dictators in their place is totally worth it. Tax dollar rant.
And I gotta say, I do have to agree. It really is worth it, and it is something that is in the United States' inherent national interest. And so with that, thank you so much once again for support. I hope that addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one, Hibbit, goes to Ivuk, who puts in a $5 donation, and thank you very much Ivuk, for that support. We appreciate it very much. He said, I'm from Poland, and the U.S. moves are really worrying me that Russia will attack my country. Yikes, oh, yeep. And also, thank you, and for your work, gentlemen.
And thank you so much for the kind words and the support. And I'd have to agree, it's an incredibly concerning thing, but fret not. Hopefully, eventually, we will be able to be on your side once more and continue to defend the Eastern European area from Russian aggression. And of course, there is always the British and French to rely on as a last resort because they are nuclear armed. And so with that, thank you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Kyle Padell, who puts in a $5 donation. And thank you very much, Kyle Padell, for that $5 support and helping to keep the channel running. He says, Slav LSA, Coffee Fund, and both enforces hello from Oklahoma.
And a big hello to Oklahoma, and thank you so much for the support to the Coffee Fund and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. So a big thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Cliff H, who puts in a $5 donation. And thank you very much, Cliff H, for that support and keeping the channel running. We appreciate it very much. And Cliff H says, LSA, and keep going.
Hey, and long live the Spring Army, and we will make sure to keep going and honor of all of y'all. And so with that, thank you so much for the support and helping the channel to keep on running. I keep on seeing someone saying they definitely listened to Eminem growing up. No, actually, as a matter of fact, I can just talk this quickly because I talk really, really fast most of the time whenever I'm trying to get a point out, because when I was growing up, you weren't really allowed a lot of time to get a point out to anyone, so you just had to shoot it out as quick as you could, so you learned how to talk really quickly. So with that, thank you so much for the support. I hope that addressed that well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to some guy on YouTube who puts in a $5 donation. And thank you, some guy on YouTube, for that support. And we appreciate it very much. And he's thanks for the chat. It's important to have these conversations and to share the perspectives and new high-speed train in Kana.
Hey, and I gotta thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I gotta thank you for the kind words. Sadly, I was only able to hear about 3/4 of that super chat because Matthew's microphone keeps cutting out for some reason.
That's just on your end, because everybody can hear it in the chat.
Man, they cannot hear it because they're hearing the desktop audio, and the desktop audio isn't picking that up, man. Like,
well, they do hear it. They do hear it. They said there's no problems at all. They can hear it the whole way.
They can, man. I mean, but nevertheless, I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. We wouldn't be able to make it possible. And so with that, thank you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one, Hibbit, goes to Kyle Padell once again, who puts in a $5 donation. And thank you very much, Kyle Padell, for the support. He said, I will say it again. Thank you, Enforcers, for giving my dad at 70 trusted news before he passed away this last October. And also, I'm sorry to hear about your loss, Kyle, and I hope that he does rest in peace. But Enforcer, what say you?
And thank you so much for the support, Kyle. And we are incredibly honored to know that we were able to deliver so many people news from all over the world. All kinds of people of all different walks of life. We're entirely honored from each and every one of them. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to X, who puts in a $5 donation. And thank you very much, X, for the support and helping to get the channel running once again. And they said, talk Enforcement Matt's EDC, everyday carry. I'm running AP 365, 12+1. Much love. Me personally, I run a Glock of X is my daily carry, and also I'll whip out occasionally a microtech knife. That's usually when I carry EDC, but that's only sometimes. Sometimes I switch it up. Sometimes I like to switch it up a little bit. But thank you very much for the support, and thank you very much for the question. But Enforcer, what say you?
I carry a Colt 1903 pocket pistol. Also, Matthew, I think you're going to have to slow down because your microphone just cuts out for whole sentences at this point. Like where, like where no one can hear you. It'll be like, thank you so much. And I'd also like to say, and I'm like, damn, I'm like, what did he say? I'm like, I don't even know what you said during that segment.
Did you hear what I can do for EDC? Did you hear that part?
Yes, I did hear that part, but a whole part before that just cut out. But I carry a Colt 1903 pocket pistol. Mine was actually made in 1914 at the very start of World War I, but it's a 32 ACP, fits in the pocket quite nicely, doesn't catch on anything because it's all smooth edges and the hammer's internal inside of the actual slide. Generally, I like it. It's a pretty decent little pistol right there. But that's what I carry. But still, thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
All right, I'm going to try to go fast one more time and see if it cuts out this time. And this one goes to Michelle in North Carolina, who puts in a $5 donation. And thank you very much, Michelle, for that support. They said, do not apologize and do not be stressed. We are here because you are the new media. And you offer so much more. And we are here with you and not with CBS.
And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I'm glad to know that many people are here with the Elite Spring Army to stay. And so with that, thank you so much for the kind words and support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Jack Ray, who puts in a $5 donation. And thank you very much, Jack Ray, for that support and helping the channel to keep on running. And Jack said, I endorse your statements tonight.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support and endorsing our statements tonight, because we love to know that folks are enjoying this channel and enjoy our analysis greatly. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, am I coming through loud and clear? Can you hear me loud and clear?
We can hear you loud and clear now. It sounds like you got closer to the mic.
I did not get closer to the mic. I changed some Discord settings, but it sounds like it's going pretty good now. So we'll move on to our next one. It goes to Nightmare Before Christmas, who puts in a $5 donation. And thank you very much, Nightmare Before Christmas, for that support and help to keep us running. And Enforcer, what say you?
And again, thank you so much for the support, Nightmare Before Christmas, and helping this channel to keep on running. If it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Fellow Felix's LSA, who puts in a $5 donation and said, well, maybe you missed my super chat. No, we did not miss it. It's right here in the super chat, and I'm getting to it right now. So thank you very much, Philo, for that support. And he said, I'm late to the show, but as things change in the USA, I don't envy you. It's trying to stay neutral and love LSA, and I'll be staying through the strife.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Of course, it's an incredibly turbulent time trying to stay neutral with all the kinds of things that are happening in foreign policy. But nevertheless, we are going to figure out how to stay the course, stay apolitical, but at the same time put our analysis and strategies the same that we have been for the entire time. This is a laboratory of enforcerisms, and we got to make sure to keep it going strong. And so with that, thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Alexandre Potvin, who puts in a $3 donation and says, thank you for working for Canada and LSA.
And long live the Spring Army, and thank you so much for the kind words and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Marc-Andre Burnett, who puts in a $2 donation and helps the channel running, of course. And thank you very much, Marc-Andre Burnett, for the support and helping to keep the channel running. We also have a $2 donation from Del Scoville, who did not put in a comment either, but thank you very much, Del Scoville, for the support and also helping to keep the channel running. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you so much for the support, Del Scoville, and the both of you for supporting this channel and helping to keep on running. Because folks like you helped to make this thing possible and keep it rolling day in and day out. And so a huge thanks to both of y'all so much once again. I hope that this addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $2 we have a $2 donation from Lee G. And thank you very much, Lee. $2 support. And here from the Traffic Jam and back here tomorrow, LSA.
Hey, and long live the Spring Army, and we're going on 45, 50, 50, we're going on 50, 50. But nevertheless, I do thank you so much for giving support and help this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep it rolling. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does just incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Enforcer Dog Jaya, who puts in a $2 donation, and thank you very much, Enforcer Dog Jaya, for that support. They said, as always, I love your integrity and LSA.
And thank you so much for enjoying our integrity and helping the channel keep on running. If it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep the channel running. And so to the gentleman with the $3 super chat right there. Thank you so much again for the support and helping the channel to keep on running. It's a wonderful business. But with that, we're on to the next one.
Oh, man, I'm telling you.
And our last one here goes to Plazat, who puts in a $1 donation. And thank you very much, Plazat, for that support and also always helping to keep us running. But with that, folks, thank you all for supporting the channel tonight. And we appreciate the massive super chat support tonight, because, of course, you do not have to support the channel, but it means a lot to us that you are supporting the channel. So seriously, we don't say this enough. Big shout out to everybody for making this all possible. It is the super chatters that ultimately keep the channel running every night and allows us to do this as our full-time job. And we do appreciate it very much. And we have one last super chat to get to, and this one is a massive one from Trism666, who puts in another $100 donation. And thank you very much, Trism, for that support, and also saying thank you and good night in LSA.
And a big thank you to you, Trism666, for the massive support. Thank you so much for enjoying the channel. Thank you so much for the kind words. And a big good night to you, and the long live the Lee Spring Army to you, Trism. I hope you get a good night's sleep. And of course, we'll be with y'all here again tomorrow. Also, by the way, I want to tell you all this. I know I said this earlier on because I was getting frustrated. I said, I might have to take a couple of days away from the channel. We're not going to be doing that. I was just saying that at the moment because I was just stressed out. I was like, dang, nabbit, I'm just tired of doing this. But to be honest, after the night went on and I feel fine, we'll be back here tomorrow as normal. But nevertheless, thank you so much once again for support, Trism, and we will see you tomorrow then. And so with that, it's now time for us to move on that bombshell into the live chats. I know that many people are going to understand this. This stream has been going on for 4 hours straight now, and we do need to round this thing out because I have to go and do a whole bunch of things tomorrow before the orchestra. I have to get my driver's license renewed. But so with that in mind, we have to go ahead and answer 3 live chat questions and then round out tonight's stream and also get the Morse code decoders. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so tonight we had the Morse code decoder, the entire roster. It's Cliff Simonson, Mark Hodges, Earl Bernew, Kevin J, Paul Schultz, Dave Millsaps, Roy Fluffiness, Ariel Garbo, Johnny Dog, and Norm Pritchett. They said the Morse code for today reads, well, I guess we're going to keep rolling the hard way and hopefully to the end, the good end, LLT, LSA.
And thank you so much for getting that Morse code message correct. Y'all hit the jackpot, dead on the nail, and y'all keep on doing that time and time again. It really is an amazing thing. And y'all just never miss. Y'all always get it correct. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. We are on to the third to last question of the night.
And with that, we're moving on to our next one here, which goes to AF Kaplan, who says, given recent events, do you believe that aid to Ukraine from the U.S. is in immediate jeopardy?
Oh, man, I'm telling you, I get the respect around here. Oh, man.
It might actually be. I hate to say that, but it may actually be. The Ukrainians may have to rely on the Europeans in the end for their support. And I'd have to say that that's the worst case scenario, and I would greatly protest that kind of an action. But nevertheless, at the end of the day, I really don't get to run the government, so it most likely will end up happening. But I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the second and last question of the night.
All right, this one is going to go to Rob McGuffin, who says, can you see the French Foreign Legion being sent into Ukraine?
Not really. I think a lot of those statements earlier on were made with a good bit of bravado, but really were supposed to be bluffs to see what the Russian reaction would be. I'm a little bit doubtful that that actually would happen. But maybe I'll be proven wrong because, if anything has been proven today, it's been proven that our analysis is not always 100% right. We said last year, quite literally a year ago from this point, that that anyone would support Ukraine. It's just a clear and obvious decision, and now we're seeing that that's not necessarily the case anymore. So we could also be wrong with this analysis. Once again, probably the best learning lesson from tonight. Take our analysis with a grain of salt. I mean, it's generally accurate, but sometimes we can be wrong, and with what happened today, we were horrendously wrong. But nevertheless, I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person to throw in the lucky last question of the night?
All right, and this one is going to go to Toxic Touch, who said that the U.S. equipment was already mostly produced and largely bound for long-term storage or decommission when it was sent to Ukraine. So wouldn't that mean giving it some respect saved U.S. money?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, generally what we would have done with that equipment is that we would have left it somewhere to rot, or we would have demolished it. And so, it generally was a loss. When we gave it to Ukraine, it's getting a second life. So technically, yes, it kind of saved us money because then it became Ukraine's problem to maintain them and then figure out what to do with them in the long run. So with that, I hope that does address that well. That was actually a pretty interesting little last question right there. And we have reached the end of tonight's stream at 4 hours and 7 minutes in. I mean, that is crazy. That was a long stream tonight. But I do have to thank everyone so much for being here and watching. There's still 4,000 people here, and there was 9.5 thousand people here at the peak, and 65,000 people, 66 actually, have watched before the stream's in. We're entirely honored and grateful and appreciative of each and every single one of y'all's time. I thank y'all so much for hearing me out tonight. It seems as though many people agree with it. Some people didn't. But that is a hurdle that we finally jumped over all together. I got to thank you all so much once again for y'all's kindness, compassion, and understanding. There's not a greater community out there on the internet, on YouTube for that matter, than the Lee Spring Army right here. We are entirely honored and appreciative to know that all of y'all are here with us again tonight, and hopefully will be here with us again tomorrow. A big thanks to all of y'all so much once again for watching, and we will see y'all then. Good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukrainian, long live the Lee Spring Army. The Lee Spring Army will never die.
And with that, folks, we will be seeing you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern for another night of War News streaming. And I'm sure that tomorrow will be an interesting day, and we're probably in for some shocks once again. I think we're going to be in for shocks for many, many months, to be perfectly honest. But nonetheless, we will be here to still support Ukraine nonetheless, and also the United States geopolitical interest as well, for whatever that may be going into the future. So we'll have to see. But anyways, thank you all once again for joining us, and all 60,000 plus people that were here tonight. And also, big thanks for 4,000 plus likes almost. That's crazy. Thank you all very much for smacking that like button, and we appreciate it. And with that, we'll see you all tomorrow. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava. And with that, good night.